let's see if everything boots up fine here. You never know. You never know when you are streaming to two different places at once. Rumble's, yeah, it does say it's running. So that is good. I'm assuming it's going to be working as soon as well, something's got to happen at least sometime. It's kind of annoying. I mean, YouTube like instantly starts up. Like you see it right away, and then Rumble is just like do 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 do. It doesn't help that they have this 2-minute long animation, this 2-minute long sort of filler video that plays all the way through before it actually like loads the stream. Like a built-in. There it is. Like loads the stream. There it is. Yep. Like a built. There we go. Yeah, and then you don't like. Anyway, I have issues. I have issues with the Green app, but we will move on. So today, I know last week we worked on sort of a design document, for two other machines for LB tier, the creosote oven and the alloy of or blasting oven or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. It is what it is. But I had a contributor, Dolan, make a pump, right? So through some iteration and talking back and forth, a little bit of ideas shared back and forth, we've got this nice little pump here. And I mean, it's even got like a great little animation. Like it's, looking at their first iterations, and I sort of said, well, how about trying to do something like the Satisfactory pump, right? You had the little pistons going back. And so, iteratively, this came to be. And then this little bottom part is what goes into the fluid that you're putting this in. And this is really, I mean, vanilla game or near vanilla game with the mod, you're going to be able to use it for water. You're going to be able to use it for lava. And crude oil, right? So crude oil fluid deposits, you'll be able to use it for. So there's a little bit of specialized code that has to go into this thing. But it's made to have like the pipes or a tank at the top. So either one of those would work. A pipe on the top would look seamless. A tank would just sit. Looks like it would be bolted to the bottom. I mean, I think it works. I think it's going to do what we want it to do. Now we just need to plug it into an object and actually get it to function, because right now it doesn't really function. So yeah, I think that getting it plugged in and used, I've already got a bunch of the JSON done. Open recent. Yeah. So I've got the JSON in. It's not using the proper entity class, of course, because that's what we're doing today, is the block entity. But everything else, right? We have the entity behavior, the electric. This is what's required to actually have it get power. It can receive power, but can't extract power. It's not a power producer. Max power is 1,000. Power per second is 100. And now those are obviously values that you can tweak if you want to rebalance everything. You would just create a bunch of JSON patches and rebalance these values. And hey, Zulkin, how's it going? Welcome back, sir. Let's see here. The attributes crafting animation code. This is the animation code. If anybody's wondering about how that works. Crafting animation code, I have this built-in system where if you have animatable, right? If you have this animatable in here, normally when it's animatable, you don't really know what animation to run, right? So when you're coding the object, you have to be very specific in the code with what animation you actually want to run. Whereas I put a tag in the attributes and say, well, this is a tag to run. So when it's actively doing something, run this animation. So yeah, this crafting anim code is just kind of related to this animatable. If you don't have this animatable, then this value will be completely ignored. And then the wire node is that little gold nub. I've done that on stream several times. That little gold nub that you connect the wire to. Remember, almost everything in LV tier has that little nub to connect to. That little gold nub, this wire node is what draws the box around that, so you can actually right-click that little selection box to connect the wires to. So that's why this happens. And these values are strange because the coordinates on that box are not even numbers. It's like, what is it, 5.13, right? It's the way they did it. You just take whatever the coordinates are of that, and you just divide that whole number by 16. So 5.13 divided by 16 is 0.258125. Like it is what it is. But yeah, this is the the wire nodes tag comes from the Catenary mod, where this defines like where the wire connects, what it is, what the function is, and the power tier is added in the electrical system where it's actually comparing the power tiers with what you're holding. So this block of JSON actually comes from two different mods or two different systems. The Catenary mod defines the majority of it, and then the power system defines what tier it is, and then this behavior, this behavior is what actually the electric network interfaces with, right? So it's looking for this behavior, and that's just that the behavior is essentially implementing the interface that I have, and you can just add it to a block. Adding it to a block without adding anything else doesn't really do much because there's no way to interface with it. The wire nodes is where you get interfaced. So there's a few different puzzle pieces to it, but it's not. Once you sort of look and once you realize what everything is doing, it kind of makes sense. And if anybody has any questions, let me know, because obviously I got to forge ahead and just get some stuff done. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, I can go into greater depth about how this stuff works. It might sound complicated, but it really isn't. I really wanted to code this to be dead easy, and the behavior, which was done by Blue Lightning, it beautifully wraps everything up into a bow. The way that I did it was kind of janky and not easily updated, and I wasn't really happy with it. I got it working, right? It was the first iteration. I got it working. And then he came by and he polished it up, which was really, really nice. But by the sound of things, he's not going to be able to really do a whole lot of contribution here for a while. So the whole multi-block thing, I'm going to have to do. I didn't want to. I really didn't want to, but it is what it is. All right. So what is the pump? The pump is going to be a really sort of basic machine. Granted, yes, it does need power and all that kind of good stuff, but at this point, I don't think we need to give it a GUI. I don't think it needs an openable GUI. It is a really easy thing, and I think the relevant information or feedback to the player of what it's doing can easily be done in the little HUD box that comes up when you look at it. The little we could put some details in there that tells you exactly what's going on. We don't need a GUI to open because there's no item insert. There's no, all there is, or all there's going to be, is a single item slot. And the item slot is going to be one of my custom large item slots. And it's going to implement the iFluid, IVE fluid interface thing. Like, it's going to be pretty straightforward as to what it does. So, yeah, I think we can save ourselves some time not doing a GUI. And then, as far as crafting goes, what I'm thinking is, a block of fluid is 1,000 liters. Doesn't matter what fluid it is. We're talking volume, not density. So it doesn't matter what the fluid is. Of the volume of fluid is 1,000 liters. And if we look at I was looking up WorldGen stuff here last time I was in here. So liquids, right? If we look at the actual blocks of liquid, there it is. So lava, right? Lava is a thing. Block lava, attributes, temperature, damage. I don't see anything in here that matches it to a fluid. Or if you go to water, we see watertight container props. And you can see when filled, it's a stack item water portion. So this is what maps the block of fluid back to a portion. Right? It's the portion that you pick up. Believe it or not, it's the portion, not the block. So, knowing that you can see items per liter here, 0.001, which means tenths, hundredths, a thousandths, 1/1000th of an item to a liter, which means a block is 1,000 liters. Right? That is the ratio. And that's in attributes. But if we look at lava again, we don't have that. We don't have the watertight container props. This is something that I added with my Ores Aplenty mod. If we figure out how to get to there, C programming vintage, and then we go to Ores Aplenty mod assets game patches lava bucket. So I add in lava watertight container props, and I have when filled map to lava portion. And then I add the lava portion in the Ores Aplenty mod, like item types, liquid, lava portion. So this is what I did to get bucketable lava to work, is I actually had to map this. Unfortunately, I didn't really map the items per liter right. That's funny. That's funny. One item per liter. That means a single lava. That's funny. That's a bug. This was one of my first ever mods, and so I'm sure there's riddled with mistakes and misunderstandings of how everything works. I've learned a lot in that time. But if we look at other liquid, it's mostly solids, actually, which is kind of frustrating. Like glacier ice, lake ice, packed ice, snow block, snow layer. Those are all solids. Those aren't even liquids. I don't know why they're in the liquid. Those are all blocks. But boiling water, this is something you can bucket up, and it maps to water portion. So you can't actually move boiling water. I don't know how you would actually create boiling water in the world other than having, find the find the hot springs or something. But you can see this maps to the when filled thing here. So, and then if I look at my crude oil, let's see, it's where oil deposits is right here. I was looking too far afield here. Assets, game. So if we go to block types, liquid oil, I should have watertight container props. There it is. I'm probably going to have to update this mod because you can see when spilled. Well, there's the oil portion. Okay. So, and I did map it to game rather than, yeah, it was before I really fully understood how the domain system worked in the game. And so, yeah, you can see this mapping to the oil portion. At least I got the items per liter right. And then the oil portion here, you can see I do have it so it doesn't create blocks. So you can't just create an infinite amount of oil. So that's good. At least I did that. Yeah, at least I did that. Because it drop contents, oil portion. The water one is what, when you look at it, and it's in the water containment props of the, not the block, but the item. That would be like when spilled, create block, and it's a different set of things in here that does that. So yeah, the oil portion, I could probably do a once over on this, but the bottom line is, if a fluid that we're in has a watertight container prop, you know, if somebody places the pump over the top of a fluid, and it's going to look at the bottom, it's going to say, oh, what's below me? Is this watertight? Does this fluid have these values? If it doesn't have a mapping to an item, a portion, right, water portion, whatever, if it doesn't, then it's not a valid fluid. We can't pump it. So, because there's two use cases, right? If they're using the mod with Ores of Plenty, then lava will be bucketable or movable or pumpable. If they're using it without Ores of Plenty, then lava is not pumpable. However, I'm planning on adding lava pumping to Vintage Engineering. That feature is going to be stripped out of Ores of Plenty and put into VE, because I want to have lava as basically an available crafting material for people, whether that's in power or recipes. Having lava as a material that you can craft with. Now that we have fluid pipes and we have tanks and all of that stuff, I don't see a reason to not have lava as a thing. So yeah, we're gonna have lava as a base mod fluid added to Vintage Engineering. And I also want to, if somebody out there knows like World Gen really well, let me know if you can figure out a way to add bigger lava generation to World Gen. Because I want, when somebody is diving deep in the ground, I want there to be big, cool looking lava pools. Like, I want there's not enough lava in the world. It's incredibly hard to find when you're exploring right now in the world. So I could not find anywhere that controlled or defined how lava appears in the world yet. I just couldn't find it. There's a single file that maps what block lava is, but I think the world gen, it just randomly puts lava in. I could not find any sort of definition as to lava pools. So similar to how I did crude oil, and I mapped exactly what crude oil was, I think that we could do the same sort of thing, only instead of using like, because I just defined the depth in the world and the rock types that it replaces. And I think you can do the same thing with lava, and you could do basically like underground lava, underground lava pools, and you would just pick like basalt. So only in the times when basalt is like deep underground, like very, very low, like 0.9 depth, or point like zero. If you're looking at depth, like 0 to point, I don't even know, like 0.05 maybe, like very, like from 0 to 5% the height of the world, like tiny amount. And that's where you look at what rock types, and if it's like basalt, then you can randomly place lava pools of certain sizes. I think that's the best way to go for adding bigger lava pools. That way, when you're underground and you're hunting around for stuff, you could come across like a giant lava pool, and if that's what you need, if you need lava for whatever crafting or power generation, we could easily have a MV power system built around lava. Then like that's where you would have to figure out how to get power down. You would put your pump in, and then you would pump it out, right? You would pump it to the surface in some way, shape, or form. So, and I know pumping lava is not realistic. I know that, but we have to figure out some way of doing it. And I don't like having 5 different ways of doing the same task in the game. So pumping actual fluids, real fluids, this is going to be done with the same machine, regardless of what it is. And that will allow, for one, it's going to allow any mod to add any block and item fluid type. And if you add, let's say you add a fluid type to cover all of the item fluid types, right? So you have all these blocks, right? Lava and water and boiling water. Those are the basic blocks of fluid that may or may not have portions. But if we go to the liquid items, look at all these different portions, right? Brine and cider. None of these have block variations, which means you can't actually, if you have a bucket of these, you can't actually place them in the world. And you could have a mod that literally just goes through and creates block type item or blocks for all of the fluid types that would allow you to place them in the world, because the pump is going to have an upper limit of number of blocks that it finds in order to be an infinite source, right? And right now, 10,000 blocks is sort of the standard that people are kind of expecting, right? Because Create Mod does that. And there might be a couple other mods that have kind of jumped on that bandwagon. I'm not sure. I haven't played Minecraft in several years. So it wouldn't surprise me if some of these other places were doing that. So the pump is going to have a certain radius that it goes out. I've already got the algorithm to detect the fluids done. I mean, that's basically my vein mining algorithm for the World Eater tool, so that's algorithm is already written. But I needed an upper limit. I can't have it go infinitely, and I can't have it go further than X number of blocks. So the radius of the pump. So if you want an infinite source, you've got to be able to like build a pool and then fill the pool up, and then figure that out. And as far as filling goes, I'm not really 100% sure how to do that. We may have to have a separate machine to actually push fluid out into the world. But yeah, I want to make sure that, hey, if somebody creates a mod that can basically make a pool of whatever fluids in the game, then I want to be able to support that with my pump automatically, and that we do that through the watertight container props. Okay, so now that we have a way forward, let's go. And then what kind of electric container? So this is not. This is not going to need a GUI. But does it? What do we use for the battery? We use block entity. Okay. Since Blue has redone the electric system, I'm going to have to kind of relearn how he did it, so I can pick up the mantle here. But we're going to go block entity, add class BELV pump. Add. Block entity, because we don't need this to be we don't need this to have a UI, nor do we need it to be a block entity liquid container, nor do we need it to be a block liquid. It's going to contain liquid. I hate fluids. The fact that you need, like, I'm not intending you to be able to interface with this with a bucket necessarily. And I did see your message, Zulkin. Fine, and you. I'm doing okay. A little down that Blue isn't going to be able to get to the multi-block system, but it is what it is. I was really hoping he would hammer that shit out, and it's going to take me months. It's going to take me months to do that system. I just know it. because it's not just multi-block; it's also the mini dimension. Like it's just, I just can't. I mean, I designed the damn system thinking he was going to do it, and the stuff that he was confident that he could do, and now he's like, I can't do it. What? So it may not be as polished and nice as it would have been if he would have done it, but it might even be a little janky. But anyway, let's see. We want. Yeah, I might need something. Some sort of override of the mesh, because I really don't want to do. I really don't want to do it though. The way that the tank does it is you have the tank shape, and you have the container. You have the shape for the stuff that's inside, and then you just push those together, right? You have the tank shape, and then you just add the stuff that's inside, and then the scale, the height of the stuff that's inside gets scaled for how much is in it, which is why the texture kind of gets smooshed. But it works. I mean, it's nice when you have the tank and it fills up. That's kind of how I pictured it in my mind. There's two caveats to that. It doesn't render it when it's in your hand, because it's a different thing at that point. It's more of a item or an entity at that point. So it's not a block anymore. So I don't know how the hell we would get stuff rendered when it's in your hand. I have no idea. I'm sure there's a way, but rendering stuff is not my cup of tea. So I'm just going to sort of skip the stone over that and then go to the next thing. So the only place in the pump that you would want to see the stuff that's pumping would be in the little nubs that are moving in and out, right? You have the nub that's, pumping. And then you could have little windows in there that shows what it is. But the pump is literally sitting on top of whatever you're pumping, right? When you put it over a pool of water, it's going to pump water. Like, it's not a mystery of what the hell it's going to pump. It's literally sitting over the top of it. And I can have it where once it sees the block below, it's locked to that type. So if you have, let's say you have you're pumping an oil deposit and it finds some water. It's not going to just suddenly start pumping water, because it's like, that's kind of stupid. So it'll lock the type in after you place it, and it won't reset until you break and replace the pump. So anyway, let's dive into this. I think we can get away with block entity. I really, really do. And let's go. I just want to grab this. I need to grab. Because we're not grabbing this base class, we need to sort of put a couple little bits and bobs in here. Wrong function. We need to map, right? We need to grab and map to the electric system, because we are going to be pulling power, and we need to be able to access that. We definitely want the animation stuff, because we do have an animation in there. Let's get that going, and let's grab the animutil create behaviors on block placed. CHF block entity container on block placed has a bug where it doesn't call the block entity behaviors. Oh. Well, that is unfortunate. There is a bug in the base game code. So let's do that. Because we need to, the behavior, we need to initialize it. So, I don't know how. I don't like var. I really don't like var. I'm going to have to put a rule on the source repository. Never, ever, ever use var. Ever. Never use var. Ever. Never use var. It's near impossible for somebody to come back into code and look at your stuff and figure out what the hell is going on when everything is declared via var. It's just generic. It's just like, let the compiler figure out what type of thing you're like. Var x equals 5, var y equals 5 plus 2 divided by 0.1, right? Now, what are the two vars? Are they ints? Are they floats? Are they whatever the hell, whatever it is? Like, it's like Visual Basic level shit, and I don't know why they added it in the C#, and I don't know why people use it. It is not specific, right? Var behavior in behaviors. Well, that doesn't tell you what kind of objects are in behaviors, right? It doesn't. I want to know what kind of object it is. Right? What am I iterating through? Be specific. Var is just like, let the compiler figure it out. Like, it's so stupid. It's really hard to read the code after the fact. It's really, really hard. So yeah, never use var. And if you're submitting code, if you're working on code, if you're involved, if you want to be involved in vintage engineering, I welcome it. I will reject any pull request that has var in it. I hate it. I don't know why. Oh, just lazy. It's just lazy. So yeah, it's just a pet peeve of mine. Seeing code with var in it. In fact, I'm going to straight up remove it out of here too. Block entity behavior. Yeah, I just don't. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay, so let's look at where is it at? Pipe inventory, GUI, transport. We're not going to have a dialogue. We are going to have an inventory. And we are going to need to manually ensure the tree attributes for the inventory are saved. Inventory is probably defined in the base class, so we are going to need protected inventory base, inventory generic, inventory. Oh yeah, and then we need IVE fluid liquid interface. We need that. It's a daunting amount of stuff in here, but it's actually not that bad. Yeah, let's implement the interface. Input container slot IDs, null. We're not inputting. Output is 0. Allow pipe liquid transfer. We're going to do true. What is the... No? Yeah, these little shortcuts here, these are just like, this is just an automatic getter. It's like, hey, when you call this, what do I return? Right? When you put your mouse over it, you see get. Right? Get. I don't know how to do this and have a set, but I do know how to get, and that's fine. I don't mind this shortcut because it does make sense. Public bool allow to transfer. What do you get? You get true. Allow held liquid transfer false. Transfer size liters per second. We'll have 50. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't even think I'm looking at this right now because it's based on the pipe. Right now, anyway. So that implements that interface. I think, yeah. These are the last two. Get auto push into slot. Return null. And then this is going to push return inventory of 0. As item slot liquid only. Right? And then we have the initialize. So this is all of our public variables. This is our one protected variable. But yeah, these are all like not really variables. They're more like what's the term? There's a term for those. Fields? Something like that. They keep changing the nomenclature on me, so I can't keep up. All right, now we need to do an initialize. I just like all the things. Okay, let's then do... I'm going to knock my coffee over. Protected iCore client API, CAPI. Protected iCore server API, SAPI. And then on SymTick, we're going to need that. So we're going to need public void on SymTick float float DT. I know there's a float because it's float right here. That's kind of how you sort of know, like, oh, what are my things at? That's why on SymTick. Because this is going to need to tick, of course. And then this is going to be VELV pump in terms of what its animation is. The electric.get rotation. The pump at the moment does not place northeast, southwest. It is a pump. You place it, you power it. It is what it is. Like there's not, I didn't want to make this more complex than it needed to be. It doesn't matter which orientation it faces. The only thing that alters even a little bit is the place you wire it up, right? The wire connection point is the only thing that is different. When you place it down, it's only going to be in one corner, and that's it. I didn't want to really mess about with different orientation. I didn't think it was necessary. If anybody has a desperate use case that would actually make a difference on how you would place it, doesn't matter. It's a tiny little area. Like, it doesn't. What does it matter if it's on this corner or that corner? It's the wire reach is going to be the same. I think I think it's fine. I don't want to get too crazy about it. Okay. Kind of going down here. Inventory.position equals this.position. Inventory.late initialize. Inventory class name. Do I even have it? There it is. It's not an override. It's just going to be VELV pump. Because the inventory class name, this is unique. It takes the base name and then it appends the position onto it. Right? X, Y, and Z. So when you place it, it takes the class and it adds the position because each inventory has to be unique. Initialize animator, yeah, I think get rotation. This would be a problem. Because there is no side variant. So it is, yeah, I think we just put 0 in here. Right? Because it's placed, it's never going to be rotated. We don't need to rotate it. This would change if I ever wanted, or if I ever needed to change that. And I don't think we need this at all. But I do need to initialize, let's see, what has a generic inventory? Inventory generic. Yeah, there it is. So it's in the constructor. Okay, in the constructor, which we don't have yet. So let's go ahead and make one. Oh. Public. Really? Public. BELV pump. Where is it at? Okay, so we have inventory. Okay, let's just do inventory equals new inventory generic 1 inventory ID. I just kind of want to see. Oh, we send a null in. That's fine. Null null. Null null. Delegate. So there is only one slot, so it only will run this once. Right? So we don't need to do any ifs or anything in here. So sort of like this. So return this. Item slot large liquid self. This is going to be like, I want this to be enough for two blocks. Capacity liters 2,000. Right? 2,000 liters, because it's 1,000 liters per block. The reason I want it to be 2,000 is it will only pull a block in when it has at least 1,000 liters available space. And then I want a little bit of a buffer. If a pipe is pulling out of it, it's going to drain, and then I want it to realize, I have enough of a buffer to realize, hey, I can have another block and pop. It just pops the next block and it starts draining again, right? So I want it to be, I wanted to have, if it just was 1,000, if it was just one block, then the thing would run out completely and there might be some delay, and then boom, you would get another one, and then it would start pumping again, right? So there, as far as efficiencies and as far as like maximum throughput, if you just have it to be one, then you're going to get inconsistent fluid dynamics, which I don't want. I want consistent fluid dynamics. Now we have inventory.base weight equals 1. Doesn't really matter. Inventory slot modified. Do I need to do any sort of slot modified? Like, do I need to do anything when it comes to the slot on this? It's the thing that it's the thing that y'all helped me with figuring out the slot modified event on the fluid pipes, because it was modifying an invisible slot, which, by the way, this pump now negates all of that. The only reason I was having the pipes connect to blocks of fluid where you'd be able to extract fluid out of a block, like the water that was down there, the very reason why the bug existed was it was just creating water from nothing. That's all going to go away. That functionality is going to go away with this pump. So once the pump is good and ready and tested and everybody's happy, the pipes connecting to blocks of fluid is going to be stripped from the mod. It's not going to be a part of it. So yeah, the pump is where it's at. Now, I don't really think we need a modify or like a slot modified event. I really don't think we need it. Unless we have to mark it dirty, which I just don't think, like, do we need to mark it dirty every time a slot is modified? I just don't think we do, but yeah, I'll do it right now, and then let's do a private float. Client update delay equals 0. No, 0. Int. a very, very, very simple update delay system. Nope, that's the wrong. It helps to put it in the right function. Onslaught modified. So, like, let's say a pump is just pumping out as far, or a pipe is pulling from that pump like really, really fast. Like it's a steel upgrade or something, and it's a stack. It's 10 stacks, per second. Just pulling that out. I don't want to update the client that often. Once every couple seconds is fine, right? It's gonna the values are gonna fluctuate, but it doesn't. The pump itself is gonna manage itself. It doesn't need any human interaction. It's gonna manage itself. So I only need to basically update the client every 2 seconds, and this, I could make this any value I wanted. But what's going to add to this? Well, it's going to be this. The delta time on the sim ticks. That's going to be what does that. And then if client update delay is greater than, let's say, 10, client update delay equals 0. That's just fail safe, because it is possible for the slots not to be modified, right? If no fluid is being moved, then this client update delay just keeps it just keeps adding and adding and adding and adding, and it never gets reset. Now that could be, I could have this be like 60, which would be a full, no, 60 would be 60. That'd be a full minute. Basically, if the delay is a full minute passed without a slot modified, then we can do some other things and stuff in here. Namely, we could put the thing to sleep. Right? If we haven't had a slot modified event in a minute, if it's been a whole minute without any fluid being extracted, we could reset the delay, but also we could set the state. We could set the state. So, I can't remember where that comes from. Set state. Go to definition. Okay. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Let's do all of this. Sorry, Mr. Pump, but you got to do the thing. Oh, Lord. Yeah. We don't need any reference to dialogues, but we do need reference to the crafting code, because that is a thing that we need. Blah, 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 blah. We don't need, there's going to be no dialogue stuff and things here, so we don't need that. But we have the set state. Machine state.on. Let's do set state enum.sleeping. Then do we need setting it to 3, right? If it's 60, that means a full minute has gone by without any change in our inventory. So nothing is being pumped out for a minute. we set it to 3 instead of 0, because then if some fluid starts getting pumped out, right? So a minute goes by. If we set it to 0, then we would need a whole another 2 seconds to go by before it reactivated itself. Onslaught modified. Stop animation, crafting code. Base.block data. Yeah, that's fine. Now, what do we need to do to turn it on? There needs to be something that turns it on. Now, normally with my machines, the on state would be dictated by whether or not it was actively crafting. So I think that this is interesting. Because I want people to see that it's actively pumping, right? And if it's more than a minute without it, then yes, go to sleep. But I want to make sure that if it's actively pumping, meaning the slots are being modified, even if it's full and not actively popping, blocks of fluid, that it's showing the animation. So as long as the client delay greater than 2, so this will control the marking dirty event, which is fine. But I want to if client update is greater than 60, how about I not? If I just do that, because we don't really care how big client delay gets, because here we're just, is it greater than 2, right? That's, if a slot is modified, it's going to be greater than 2 if it's 60, right? So that's still true. I don't need to reset it up here. But what this allows me to do is do an else set state enum.on. Electric.machine state. If electric.machine state does not equal .on. Set state. I just wanted to do an if here just because if it's not on, set it to on. If it is on, I don't want to just constantly be setting it to on, because it might cause the animation to like hitch or something. I don't know. This is weird. Sometimes weird stuff happens. But let's see. On SimTick. So the other things, there's obviously going to be a whole lot more to the SimTick than this, but this sets it up and gets it, up and running. Setting the state to sleeping. We're not going to be able to turn it off. It's a pump. It's going to be dead easy to work with. I don't anticipate, why would you need to turn it off? You just break the wire and it would turn off in 10 seconds anyway. So set state sleeping. Set state on. So if it is sleeping, if it's greater than 60, it's sleeping. As soon as we modify the slot, it resets it, which wakes it up, which turns it on. Because this machine state is not equal. It'll be sleeping. It's equal to, it's sleeping. So it's not equal to on, which is true. Set state to on, boom, it wakes back up again. Set state sleeping will also just return. Right? And I want to probably do this kind of thing up here as well. Just because for some reason, running this over and over and over again, literally 10 times a second, it just bothers me. So run it once, set it to sleeping, and then continue sleeping until you have to click on, right? And when you click on by modifying a slot, that it just logically makes sense to me. If there's anybody out there who has an alternate or questions or, a better way, let me know. But basically, like, I want to manage whether or not it's on or off, not based on, like, how much it has moved, but by how long it has been. And I can tune this value. I could even expose this to a config value if I really want. I don't really want to, but yeah, 60 seconds is, it's an eternity, right? We're going to tick this thing 10 times a second. I don't even think it needs to be 10 times a second, honestly. What should be the delay here? I think that a quarter of a second is probably it's probably more than fast enough, right? A quarter of a second, 0.25 seconds. That's 4 times a second up the pump is ticking. I think that's plenty. I think once a second is plenty. I honestly do. Because the pump or the pipe that's connected to this is going to be ticking however fast the upgrade, right? If you have a generic one, it's going to be ticking once a second. If you have a steel upgrade, it's going to be ticking 10 times a second. It's going to be pulling out. Modeled, a charger. Awesome. Yeah, that's another. I have a, where is it? Electrical iChargeable. I have an interface for that. I do plan on having it. Let me peek here. Did you? Is it this DM? Aha. Ooh, that is cool looking. That is really cool looking. Wow. Holy cow. Oh, Jesus. The damn thing even lights up. That's crazy. Bismuth bronze. Wow, holy Moses, you used some textures. Wow. Wow. Where are some of these textures Are these base game? Are these base game textures? Because there's topaz, emerald, copper, hot. I definitely don't have those in vintage texture folder. So I'm guessing that is freaking cool looking. Wow. Vanilla block. Okay. So the only thing missing is a gold node for hooking it up to the wiring system. But that's easy to add depending on where you want to put it. So a good example, let's see if this is generally error free. Let me pull this up and show you what I'm talking about. It just takes a hot minute to load because I'm in debug mode, so it has to load like all of the debug stuff too. So and the detail is fine. You know, I'm not anticipating it having hundreds and hundreds of things on it. So, or not hundreds of them, but so the little gold nubs I'm talking about are like these little nubs on the side here. And it's important. I'm standardized them, right? So every machine has a little gold nub somewhere on it. That's where the wire connects to it. And it's just this one I think is down. Yeah, there it is down there. Because when you hold the wire in your hand, that's what you select, right? That's what comes up when you hold the wire. And the pump has it too, right there. So yeah, it's specifically the gold. I just standardized them, right? So it is what it is. All right. So let's go back here. But yeah, that is phenomenal looking. I was just planning on using like the glass case thing that you can have in the game, like just something generic, but that thing is freaking awesome looking. See if I can save image. Save. See if I can't pull that up. Yeah, show everybody what I'm talking about. Isn't that freaking cool? Like that is cool looking. And then we could pretty easily render the thing on the top or the whatever is inside it, right? So it would have an item slot. So I'm just thinking of the back end, right? That's where my mind goes. I'm not a designer, so I look at this and go, "Holy cow, this is awesome looking." So the back end would be you'd have an item slot for the item, and then you would just add that 3D, right? You would just add that mesh to the block when it's inside of it, and it would just have the thing. I'm not sure what the thing sticking out of it is. The one that you have, like, I don't know if that's an item that you're charging or if that's a part of the thing. But anyway, yeah, that is a beautiful block. And it's cool that it's like lit up at night. Although I don't know how. I have no idea how they did that. Like, how is it encoded into the texture. Like the copper hot, I would imagine is doing that, but how is that encoded in the texture? Interesting. Yeah, we just got to figure out some place to put that little nub for the actual wire to connect it to the electric network, and then it's good to go. But yeah, it's just a single voxel, like just 1 by 1 by 1 height, and you just, wherever that's placed, I just need to know that map so I can map it in the JSON where the wire connects to it. It's super easy to plug it in, and I can just do it on stream too. So let me download the file, copy. Oh, I don't have, okay. Programming, vintage, engineering, mod, assets, vintage, blocks, LV, charger. This is going to be LV charger. We need to come in here and go open with code. Okay. This does not have all of the texture references in here. Why is that? The textures you have pasted in here are way more than these. Because you have like quartz glass. Is that even referenced in here? Quartz. Oh, you do. Okay. Interesting. Brass, copper hot, emerald. That's weird. Is that just a typo, or is that actually a typo in the base game's survival, textures, block? That is not a texture in here. Where is that texture at? Yeah, that emerald is not, nor is topaz. So that must be, where were those at? Those textures I do not see. Textures block, maybe let's see, textures block. Not be wood. Doubt it would be metal. Glass? No, it's not in glass, I doubt. There's your quartz glass. Well, at least there's that. That's not in block either. That's in block glass. So it looks like some of your textures were not mapped properly. Because if we go to like metal, like copper hot, ingot, copper, right? Plate, copper. Where? Yeah, you're gonna have to let me know, or zip up. I mean, the best thing to do, I think, at this point, in order to get it exactly how it looks in the screenshot, is zip up all of those textures into a single zip, and then just put that in the Discord. Because otherwise, I don't know where those others came, like copper hot. I don't know where that comes from. The emerald, I'm assuming that's supposed to be emerald. That's also not topaz. Like, I don't know where those textures came from. Duplicates of no textures just from the mod. I don't think do I have an emerald texture? I don't think I have emerald textures. Textures. Block. Yeah, I don't have any of those. I mean, there are a couple here and there, but yeah. I don't. Well, maybe let's look at QP Tech here really quick. On QP Tech assets, machines, textures, block. No, I don't think they have these either. Yeah, I honestly kind of, I don't know. I don't know where those would be. So yeah, best way to do it is to get me just a zip file of all those textures. That way I can put them in the Vintage Engineering, basically Vintage Engineering, textures block, and then I can just do like a charger new. Well, yeah, I'd probably just put them in block because that would be. If this has got a ton of textures in it, it doesn't hurt anything. They're all mapped. Asset survival textures block. Gem. Block. Was that ore? That's block. I see block 1, but I don't block 1 is not in here. And I have a damn heart right here, so I can't see. I don't know why I have that in here. Reaction. There we go. Stone. Jesus. I was like 1, and it was like this damn heart was in the way. Stone. Gem. Aha. Okay. Interesting. So, but again, where does the copper hot come from? Metal. Ingot. Hey, Joe, how's it going, sir? I'm trying to figure out where some textures come from, and I don't honestly know. That one is a mystery. Plus, I don't know how it glows. Like, I don't know how you got that glow effect on there. If it's just a raw texture, I mean, it's just an image. How does it know to glow the cool, like, how does it know to glow like the topaz and stuff? So that would be glorious to see that. Yeah, the pumps again. The pump, the pipe connecting to a block of fluid. That was a debug thing only. That was literally like, I need to test moving, lots and lots of stuff. Is not intended at all to to be permanent. So there's the textures for all of these. I don't need base. I don't think. Yeah. I can't remember what redo. Control Y. So let's remove the base out of all this. I don't know why. It's weird that this didn't map properly. And yeah, I just now realized I have to get rid of the curly brackets as well. There. That's at least kind of up to standard. I think this is probably a typo, or let's look at the base. You said it was stone, gem. It is emerald. Interesting. We have two different emerald textures, and they're like vastly, like way different. One is like really ugly. The emerald with the D is like not really attractive at all. All right. Oh, you know what I bet you did? I bet the glow is based on like something you did in the editor. I bet you that's how you did it. Yeah, I bet you that's how you did it. So this would be game : block stone gem. Right? So we just copy that. We go there. And we go game. Again, I don't know where copper hot comes from. You're going to have to tell me that. I like to have all my shapes taking VE textures. That way my editor actually looks normal. Doesn't crap out on me. But yeah, you're going to have to... Some of those textures are not going to be able to be mapped very well. Because I don't know, like, did you use the ingot form, the sheet, the plate, right? Block Daspis with bronze. Well, there's several versions of that in the thing, right? If we look at metal, right? There's ingots, and then there's plates and sheets and sheet planes. Right, so I don't know which iteration you used. Let me know. Let me know. But to update anybody who's just showed up, we are working on getting this to show up in the game. Right, this is a charger, and I think it's really cool looking. So yeah. Anyway. Trying to get that up and running. I didn't have a shape for it, so it's nice to have a shape for it. Now I can work on the code, because the code, I like doing the code. I'm not good at shapes. I'm not good at like the art style of things. So yes, it's very nice having people submit that kind of stuff. That way I can just plug it right in and use it. I don't have to reinvent or spend hours upon hours trying to get something that looks good. Okay. We are working on the pump at the moment. And we are kind of at a point now where we need to actually put some functionality in. We've got what I think is a pretty decent baseline for what is needed for this block entity. Now, most of this stuff is worked for you if you have a block entity of a machine that actually uses the container, electric container. So this has this has an inventory automatically. It has a GUI that is automatic. So, like, yeah, there are certain aspects of or certain benefits of using the built-in container, but this really isn't needed. I could have used this, but this is another container. So this is another GUI enabled version, and I didn't need a GUI on this. So yeah, I don't need a GUI on this. The fluid tank, the pump is just a very, very basic system, and we are literally we have one inventory slot, and we just, like, that's all we're interfacing with, and we're not pushing into this. This is literally the source of stuff and things. So very, very simple machine. Now I'll let Yoba work on that. Let's see. How do we want to handle? Okay, so on SimTick. On SimTick is where this is where we need to actually run this. Remember, I changed this now. It's not every 10th of a second, it's every quarter of a second. Because remember, everything I do in this mod is trying to protect or save as much overhead as possible, so it doesn't cripple your game by having a bunch of machines and stuff around. So I'm always putting in place features that try not to destroy your machine. Okay, so we have if inventory. Well, let's do. I just want to do a. Public item slot large liquid tank equals inventory of 0 as large liquid. So tank is the inventory 0 as item slot large liquid, right? So this gives us a shortcut to what this is, and it's public, so anybody can look at it. What you can't do is set it. There's no set, right? It's only a get. So you couldn't cheat by just setting this tank to something. It's only a get only. So down here, wherever that is, we can look at if tank dot item stack does not equal null. So tank is getting us the slot. That is the slot, right? If item stack is null, that means there's nothing in the tank. So Tank is empty. Tank is not empty. Now what I want to do is I want to have a item stack, private item stack, fluid type. Let's see. Logically, how do I want to do this? If tank.itemStack is not equal to null, tank is not empty. Now the question is, how do we want? We want to do a public list. How do I want to do this? Here's the big question, right? The pump is going to have a radius of how far it's going to go out to start pulling. Now, when it's pumping fluids, it's going to start at on the outside perimeter and work its way in. So the very last fluid block that's pumped is the one that it's sitting on top of. That's important. That's a vital, important thing. The last block it pumps is the one that it's sitting on top of. Because if that disappears, then it's not sitting on top of a fluid and the thing would stop and be like, there's no fluid. So I have to be able to look out and look at all of the blocks that it's pumping. And as I do that, I add up how many blocks. If I'm spidering out 32 blocks, 32 blocks is the radius that I've started, or I'm thinking that's going to be. It's pretty far away. 32 blocks is a pretty long ways away. It's a full single chunk, 32 by 32 by 32. So it's quite a ways away. And if you place this, let's say you have a giant well of fluid, and you place this right in the middle and the top, and it's 32 on each side and then 32 down. How big is that? 32 by 32 by 32? It's 32,768, which is three times the amount of what we need to determine if it's infinite. So the question is like, do we lower that radius? What radius do we need? So a radius of 22 by 22 by 22, which is 10,648. But a radius of 22 would be... Actually, no. A radius of 22 would actually be 22, 44, 45. That would be 45 width. So that would be 45 times 45 times 22. Holy Jesus. Yeah, that's 44,000. Radius, well, I want a big enough radius so even if it's not 10,000, it's still going to go away. So I think, because like the like the crude oil the crude oil is going to be an exception. There's going to be no infinite well of crude oil. It's going to be a blacklisted infinite fluid. You're not going to be able to do it. Water and lava are really the only two that I anticipate people allowing to be an infinite fluid. Even though if you want to be like infinite diesel, 10,000 diesel blocks, 10,000 blocks is each one of those blocks being 1,000 liters. That's a whole lot of production. You'd have to create a ton of diesel, to even come close to that. So it would definitely be a challenge to produce enough fluid to occupy that much space. But crude oil itself, I think, is going to be blacklisted in terms of like infinite fluids. So you're not going to be able to just pump infinite crude oil. Because I want there to be a mini game of actually going down and finding it and pumping it, stuff like that. The pump jack, the big pump jack on the surface, that will be an abstraction. That will be like, put this in a desert, and whatever chunk it's in, it'll just, random. I don't know. Some system will be in place to figure out where the things are. But obviously, we cannot, if we map out the blocks at a radius of 32. And a radius of 32 means 32 away from where we are, which means that's 65 width total on northeast, southwest. Like 65 is the footprint, and then 32 down. But you could, if you go down into the ground, you could build it way down on the bottom and then have it spider up. So there's a lot of different ways to do it. You can add a pipe. Yeah. Well, the pump jack will have that. The pump jack will have infrastructure of basically drilling deeper, right? The crude oil that spawns, that's going to be accessible. You're going to be able to basically prospect for it. The pump jack will go like under the mantle or whatever. Like it's. I want there to be a system where, you're finding easily accessible, right? It's a difference between like it's really easily accessible and it's not. Those are the two different things. The easily accessible stuff is like early in the mod, you just need to fill up some tanks and start the crude oil process. And then once you start pumping it all out, right, you're gonna run out eventually in the little area that you're in, and all your infrastructure is right there. You'll be able to prospect using another system to grab like pump jacks. You'll be able to put a pump jack in, which will look deeper than the game's blocks. Okay, he's submitted another thingy, McDougal. Let's see. Ooh, okay. Copper. So you removed copper hot. Okay. Excellent. I rewrote the pass. Excellent. So okay. I'm gonna copy this. And we're going to go in here and paste this. Copper. Copper. Copper, 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 copper. Copper, copper, copper. Excellent. I was just worried. Oh, there it is. Copper hot. Okay. So what? That's at the very bottom, of course. View whole file. What did you change that to in here? Oh my god. It's not gonna let me see it. God damn it. I have to download it again, of course. And then let's look at this. Cube 80. Where is Cube 80? Cube 80 is turned into Ruby, not Copper Hot. Okay. Yep. There it is. So going back up here, all of that is mapped, which is fine. The only problem is if I load it up in the editor, it's not gonna. The editor, unfortunately, doesn't understand domain. It just doesn't. And so when it sees game dot or game colon, it doesn't even see that. You have to actually set your default texture directory. But the actual game can see it. When you load it up in the game, it'll see it. So we can work on that in a second. I just have to do one thing at a time here because my brain is kind of fritzing out. But thank you very much for doing that. And kind of settling what the textures are that we need. So the big question with the pump is we need the position of the fluid, but we also need the distance away, because the radius it obviously isn't infinite. That would be ridiculous. It's not an infinite radius because that would breed really tough problems. And the other thing is we have to make sure the chunks are loaded when we pump the fluid out, because then it's really bad. So there's a lot of different like layers to this. And chunk loading in the game is not very straightforward. So I think with the pump, what we should do is create a little like struct or something that allows us to map where these things are. So if we do like public struct I don't even know. Block, let's see. Block position distance. And I don't even, what do I can't concentrate. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. Now I can actually think straight. So this is basically like fluid position. This is going to be public block position, public int distance. Public fluid position. I don't do structs very much. I don't use structs very much, but because the pump is only going to operate on the server. It's the client does not care, but the client will get updated when a block is removed, of course. When the pump actually pumps a block out, that information is synced to the client, but the actual pumping itself and the list of positions is going to be very, very basic. But I don't know 100% the best way of doing this. Okay. Version with a gold. Oh my god. Okay, I'll just download. Collapse that. Okay, let's download this. Now you gotta. Any more changes to this are gonna have to be done via via a pull request. Like, this is why I have this on GitHub is sheet. No, damn it. I don't know why I have so many goddamn windows open. Vintage engineering mod. Assets. Vintage block LV. Charger. This charger goes away. This charger. LV charger. Oh. This is the shape, not the damn. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Block LV charger. There it is. Yeah, that is of all of the LV things, look at the size of that. Look at the size of that object, right? That tells you how crazy complex that system is. Now, if I opened it in the editor, it's not going to have any of the textures because, like I said, the there it is. It's not gonna it doesn't know where the textures are because it doesn't understand domains. But I don't mind this being more complex, right? Because I don't anticipate people having more than one of these, right? A simple charger, it can be more complex. And it just looks damn cool, right? It just looks damn cool. So I don't mind it being more complex, because of that. The things that I don't mind being complex are ones that are like, hey, you just have, one of these. Metal presses, however, you might have a couple of those or 3 of those. So they can't be super, super complex. They can be mediocre. It's when we get into the really big multi-block machines, right? When you get into like the refinery, it's going to be just this huge thing. That is where I know my sort of performance voxel budget is going to be spent on that. So we have position and distance. Let's capitalize these just for funsies. Fluid position is just a simple struct. And yeah, I think I don't really use structs all that much, so I might be misusing it here. I don't know. Just 1 hour. Well, I applaud you. That would have been days for me to do something like that, and it wouldn't even have looked as cool as it was. So I applaud the 1 hour work. But we need to get the pump going first. Also, let me know what name you want me to use in the credits. I don't think I don't know what it means in the language that you speak, but PEDO is a pretty bad thing to have in your name. I just want to tell you, in English, at least, it's just not. So I think
it would definitely give the wrong idea.
Yeah, it would broadcast the wrong idea, certainly. So Yoba, I mean the word you used or the name you used on Discord, if you prefer that, Yoba, or just plain Yoba, I can credit that, no problem. But yeah, PEDO, not the most ideal thing, not the most ideal part of a name, in English, just so you know. Okay, so list of fluid position, get and hello us, get let's do get fluids block position at position. Oh, I'm out of coffee. I might have to. I just bought a big bag of coffee, and I might have to, once that's gone, go a little while without coffee again. I think I'm getting of the age when it's actually affecting my sleep. Even at 2 p.m. when I'm doing this, I think coffee is actually affecting my sleep when I go to bed at like midnight. Okay, so get fluids, we are going to do, let's see, private list of fluid positions. Excellent. I love when it like just does it, right? I just love it. So the big thing about the fluid positions is it's going to be server side only, and they're not going to be saved to disk. That's important. Unfortunately, that means whenever it's loaded, it's going to have to recalculate that, and I don't know what the burden is going to be when it does that, right? Because the fluid positions private bool checking private bool is checking fluid equals false. So what I'm thinking is, and bear with me, what I'm thinking is having the fluid check on a different thread. right? And the fluid check on a different thread means that it will run. When it loads, it will run, it will engage that thread, it will run it. When it's done, it will come back and basically like affirm that it's done. Now, this is a really touchy situation because if it's on its separate thread, I don't know. That's my thing, is it's going to trigger, it's going to fire off the function on a different thread. It's going to set the is checking fluid to true. It's going to enable the thread, and once that is done, it's going to flip that back, is checking fluid from true to false, and once it's set back, then I can process it, right? So in the initialize, the initialize is called when the block is spawned, or spawned is a wrong word, when it's placed, or if it's loaded from disk. Both of those are true, right? But when it's loaded from disk, it loads it from disk from the from tree attribute function. That's how it loads. And then it calls it initialize, right? So it initializes the data first, and then it calls the initialize. So the initialize is sort of the master function. If you want to control when and where this thing updates, you do it through the initialize. Because if it's unloaded during a chunk process, then the initialize is then called back when you go back to the chunk and it loads again. So it's a kind of an important function, where it's called not only after you place it, but also after it's loaded from disk. So initialize is where we would trigger the check on fluids, because we don't want to do it often. Of course, we don't want to do it very often, and it's only called when it's loaded, right? So it's not called continuously to initialize. It's just once. This is a very old account from the time when it seemed funny. Now I use it. I don't know. It seemed funny. I don't know how that would seem funny, but to each their own, I guess. So I think here we want to do I might have to do void. Get fluids. Okay. So initialize, we want I use Tyrone thread pool. I use this when the mod loads to load or to initialize all the items that you filter with the pipe filter item object. Like when you search the pipe filter, that master list of all the items in the game, that is populated when you load the game through this thread pool, right? It spawns another thread and just builds that list of like 8,000 plus items. It just fills that list outside of the game as a separate thread. So the queue task, I'm not sure if the queue long duration task is actually used. I don't know if I found an example of that anywhere. So let's take a peek. queue long duration task. Is this used anywhere? Used by? Oh, it is. Okay. Handover rendering to running. Oh, interesting. Client main on disconnection. What are we doing here? Delegate. Thread.sleep. So it sleeps for a second. A total second. Okay. Screen manager.play sound. Thread.sleep. Sound.dispose. Interesting. Sound.start. GUI screen running game. Intro music. Ha! I love getting into the nitty gritties on this. Queue main and queue main thread task. Okay. So these passed in delegates, that's just imagine it's just a function call there, like just some weird function call, and then the function call is this code. That's all the delegate is. It's just an inline function. I don't know, like, what long duration. I don't know what different pool it is. Because it's the same code, right? Queue task, queue long duration task. It's the same thing. Queue user work item. Debug. Like, I don't understand what the difference between these two is. It's the same code. There's no difference between these two. So yeah, I'm not seeing a difference. Now the delegate. Threadpool dot queue user work item. Callback. I think it will only work with no no function or no words. Parameters. I think dot queue task. This is going to be get fluids. LV VELV pump. Okay. And then in here, we want is checking fluid equals true. And then the bottom is checking fluid equals false. If fluid positions does not equal null and fluid positions dot count is greater than 0, fluid positions dot clear. Not that it should happen. It should never ever happen. But, well, yeah, if fluid position does not equal null, I don't care how many count there is in there. Else fluid positions equals new list fluid position. Okay. So if fluid positions is not null, then clear it. Otherwise, we want to instantiate it so it's not null. If it's null, that's bad. If it's not null and it doesn't have anything in it, then clearing it just doesn't do anything. So it doesn't hurt. I don't think it hurts as long as it's not null. If it's null, clear would be bad. It would crash. So in this situation, we want to look at the block below us. If, well, let's do block position below equals this dot position dot down copy of 1. So 1 block down, that's the position that's below. API dot world dot block accessor dot get block at below block below equals, right? API is, we initialize it up here, right? We send in the API here. It doesn't matter which side the API is on, but it does matter where we call this. So here is if API.side equals .server, right? We only want to call this. Why is this? Oh, equals. Thank you. We only want to call this on the server. We don't want to call this on the client. That's stupid. We don't want to. Yeah, the client doesn't care. But if we're on the server, I could put it up here, but I don't want to do it up here, right? The register game take. I don't want to do the fluids up here. I want to let this, because we need to have the inventory initialized before we actually really do anything. So the is checking fluid, right? This gets set, and if this is true, then our onsim tick, we want to basically ignore completely. If is checking fluid, return. We can still delay, but if is checking fluid, we don't want to do anything. We want to just chill. Okay. Now, I think that'll work. I'm not 100% on the thread stuff with the game. I'm hoping it'll work. I'm hoping it's that simple that I can just spin off the thread, let that run, and then have it come back. And these are the only two functions, or this is the only basic variable that is set between the two. So block below is what's below us. Right? What is below us? And then we want to do watertight containable prompts equal block liquid container base dot get containable props. It's an item stack. Damn it. I know this is used. I know we do it in not the fluid container. I know we do it in the pipe. Fluid transport handler. There it is. So we have this. If block below, oh Jesus, block below dot is liquid. Okay. We have to create a new item stack with that block. Okay. I was hoping not to have to do that, but item stack lick block equals new item stack block below. Liquid block. Stack size is 1, which is fine. So get containable props is what this is doing. If props does not equal null. Oh, whoops. That. When filled, .stack.resolve. A lot of this extra code here. Props. API.world. Props. Okay. If portion equals null, we don't want to return. We want to do not equal null and then do a thing, right? If it's null, I want it to cascade all the way through here and just do false and then back out, right? Where fluid positions has been initialized, so this is the function we're initializing this in. And we want if it's errors out, if we're not placing it over a liquid, if it's not containable, all of these things have to be true. Otherwise, when it comes out of this, fluid positions is just going to be empty. It's not going to be null. It's just going to be empty. And that's important. I don't want it to be null. Okay, so coming in here, I don't care about stack size. Okay, so this when filled .stack.resolve, when filled .resolved item stack, right? What is that true? Oh, okay. It's not filter pipe. It is LV pump. God damn it. I don't want to control all. God, my fat fingers, I swear to God. So portion is not null, which means it's containable. It has you're right, all of the stuff that we talked about as being true are true. The block has a containable portion mapped to it, which means it's a legit fluid that we can pump. There's no custom, right? There's no custom JSON that we have to add. It's all done for us automatically. I'm just reading this message. So interesting. Like a set of armor, it looks like. The next tier I covered on the stream last week, last Wednesday, the last stream, where the next two machines, or at least before today, the next two machines were going to be the creosote oven and the blasting oven, which is where the metal ingots and stuff come from. So those are the last two items from the LV tier that I'm gonna be implementing. So those are the last two main machines, and they're gonna be those last two were supposed to be multi-block machines, but they're going to be implemented initially as just single block machines, just like everything else. And then once I get the multi-block system up, then it will be enabled multi-block machine. Hopefully I can just plug one into the other and have it work, but not going to be a simple process, the multi-block system. But yeah, when you're talking about the mod that you're talking about, I understand why you're working on it. Just know that the Vintage Engineering has got over a year of development and is really trying to ensure performance and all of that kind of stuff. So I understand the instinct to, get what you want however you want, but my mod is driven by other people adding their own things and you just using the electrical system that I have built in. It's dead easy to do, right? You just plug it all in and the power just works. And it's all based off of a block entity behavior. So you just add the block entity behavior, you add the wire node if you want to wire it up. There will be an alternate way of powering machines, but that's usually going to be geared towards multi-block machines, where you put a relay on it and then you wire the relay and the relay delivers the power. So that's going to be a separate system. I wasn't going to tackle that until MB tier. But right now, the wired node that you connect to, dead easy to do. It just takes a little code in the back end, because every machine, the functionality is going to be different. It can't standardize the functionality, but all of the features and stuff of the mod are pretty plug and play at this point. And so what I'm trying to do is create a universal power system mod, and then people can just plug in functionality. If you have the example that I use is farming, right? I don't have any farming machines in the game, nothing that auto plants or auto harvests or anything like that. And if somebody wants to do a mod that has all of those, but doesn't want to reinvent the electricity, the power system, then using my power system and then making their own machines that just use my power system. That's the main purpose of Vintage Engineering, is to enable other modders to create whatever solutions they want, and just not have to reinvent the entire power system. And there's going to be many tiers of power generation. You're looking at the mod in the early days. We're just in the LV tier right now, but when we get into the MV tier, we're going to have oil refinery, diesel. We're going to have a mechanical power system where you're going to be able to convert mechanical power into electrical power. All of that is planned. It's just not done yet. And so people who I see a lot of mods who are oh, I want this exact feature and I want it now. And it's that's fine, but just know that I am going to get there eventually with this mod, and it's going to just all plug in and work. I would much rather see somebody working on the actual use case of the power and really fleshing out that feature of, whether it's a farming mod, maybe it's a storage, an AE2 mod, have your attention into that and work on that rather than reinventing electricity. There's going to be no need
for a separate electrical system mod, with Vintage Engineering. There's already an electrical system, right? All of my machines and stuff are all powered with electrical. And so it's like, I understand that other people kind of tackle things a little differently. And I get that not every solution is exactly what you want for for what you're doing. But the more varied like electrical systems are in for mods, I think the community at large kind of gets hurt by that. And so I'm really trying to, in my mod, it's not just an electrical system. It's an electrical system, but you can plug anything into it. I wanted to support everything under the sun. And so, yeah, I'm really working hard on making it expandable in any direction you want to go in. Where if your passion is farming stuff, storage solutions, whatever it is, you don't have to worry about the electrical part of it. You just implement the thing you want to implement. And right now, yes, LV machines or LV generators are the only way to generate power. But that's not going to be the the final thing. There's going to be many, many tiers of electrical systems in the final mod. And so a person is not going to be hindered by the amount of power. There's going to be hindered by automation and building the alloys and getting all of the stuff involved in getting to that point. But yeah, I understand the process. Yeah, so you've got electric furnace. I understand. I've got an electrical kiln that you can use to fire things. I've got a battery already, so you've got, yeah, the battery's in and it works. The only thing, really, it's so funny. The only thing I don't have in the game right now is metal processing, because those are the two that I was planning on having multi-blocks, but the multi-block system I'm going to have to do myself because, yeah, I unfortunately, the person that I had who was saying that they were going to be able to do it is not going to be able, at least for a while. I don't know. I don't think it's permanent, but they're just busy, and or they lost interest. I don't know. One of those two. So I'm going to have to roll it, and it probably won't look exactly like I designed it, but anyway. All right, so with all of this, we have if it's liquid, if that's true, we grab the block, we check the props. If the props are not null, which means they exist, that's good. When filled, the problem here, if we look at, say, lava doesn't have the prompts at all. Not in vanilla, anyway. Boiling water. I want to make sure we have a null check in here somewhere, because this when filled, this could be an issue. If props does not equal null, and props.when filled oh man, okay, when filled, And if we look at the portion, I bet you that's when spilled. I bet you that's what that when spilled. Okay. So when filled does not equal null. Wow, null. I want to make sure that we check that, because if that is null, that means like either there was a typo or something happened. And if that's null, then this would crash hard. It would crash hard. So we got to make sure that that is not borked in some way, shape, or form. So yeah, portion does not equal null. That means everything there is good to go, and everything has been resolved. So this is the time. Fluid is good. We have liftoff. Now we've verified all of the things, right? All of the sanity checks have gone down and down and down. We've done all of the sanity checks that we need, and now it's time to basically build the list. So fluid positions dot add new fluid position, and this is going to be block below, comma, 0. Oh, block below dot position. Oh, block below is block. It's just below. Oops. Okay. Right? So the first thing we do is add the block that we're looking at. That's the core of the thing. That's the one we want to manage. Now we need a list of positions. We need two different lists. This is because you cannot, when you're in the middle of an iteration, when you're in the middle of a thing, you can't alter the list. If you're actively iterating a for each, right? You have to do it. And I really don't want to do a walk blocks here. I really don't want to do that. Because a walk blocks in a very large area, a walk blocks I think would be bad. So we're gonna look at the way that I implemented a similar function in the tools mod, the world eater. Right, the world eater. Just can we stop with the pop-ups, please? This. Oh man, this is such old code. I wrote this like 2.5 years ago. Attempt vein mine. Where do I'm trying to find. There we go. I think here we go. Blocks to mine, blocks to check. So this is the function, right? This while loop is the function that basically builds the map. And I want to moving that into another monitor here so I can kind of do this at the same time. So we have the blocks to check and blocks to mine. So the blocks to mine is the actual final, that's the fluid positions. So we actually need the blocks to check. So list of fluid position is to check Blocks to check, blocks to mine. I'm just trying to do this as simply as possible. I think I'm going to need IEquatable. And this is going to be implement return position. Oh, come on. POSIT position equals other dot position distance equals other dot distance. This just like when you check equality, is it equal? This is, it's only equal if position and distance are all equal to one another. Then it's equal. And that's kind of an important thing. IEquatable is important because this is checked when you say like dot contains. Like you say, okay, here's this block position. Is it contained in this other position? So what we can do with this is say we want public bool equals block position, block position other, and then return position equals other dot position. Oh, come on. POSI what? Other. Oh, other. Right. Say what? Position equals other. So this equals is checking the block position. So if you pass in a block position, it will look at that. And I think I have to do IEquatable of block position like that. Right? It's equatable with fluid position and it's equatable with block position. Because when we're iterating through, we want to make sure, because any given block position will only appear once in the list, right? It doesn't make sense to have more than one. So we could, as far as fluid position, but if we're comparing fluid position, we also need, distance is kind of important, especially if you're specifically looking at fluid position. But if we're passing in a block position, then we want to just check the position. And the block position has itself some equality stuff in it. So this position equals that position. I don't think it's dimension aware, but it does. Yeah, that's not 100% anything that affects us. Okay, so we come down here and we say, okay, fluid position to check. I think we just want to do block position, right? To check equals new list block position. Because when we add it to the fluid position, we can just calculate the distance. That's fine. We're going to use Manhattan distance, which is just a sum of all of the distances, right? The x, y, and the z. So if it's down 1 and over 1, right, that's a distance of 2. If it's just 1, if it's northeast, south, or west, or down, that's a distance of 1. If it's on the corners, that's a distance of 2 because it's 1 and then 1. That's how Manhattan distance, and it just gives you it's a more variated list of distances that doesn't involve floating point numbers. It's a whole number. It's the absolute value of the difference between all of the x, y, and z added up. It's a very fast way of determining distance, and I think it's more than enough to suit our needs, because there should be a different whole number there should be categories, right? 0 is the block we're starting with. That's the only one that's 0. Then there's the 1s, and then the 2s, and then the 3s. As you go up in distance, there's going to be more and more and more and more and more of them. I don't know how to order those. I don't know how to arrange those. There are a few Minecraft pumps that I think the Buildcraft pump was probably the best one that I've ever seen in the old school Minecraft days. And I don't know what the algorithm was that they used to do that. Like, because it would systematically go around itself. And I don't know how it calculated, like, I don't know how it did it, because it would start very far away and it would just pop the blocks and it would just work its way all the way in, and it did it in a way that I don't know what the algorithm was. I think I looked months ago to see if I could find the source, but Buildcraft hasn't been updated in a very, very long time. So I don't know if its source code is available. Okay, so we have fluid positions dot add the actual first position. The to check, we want to check dot add below. So that's the very first. We want to add that position, right? We want to check it. We added already, but we want to. That's our starting point. Okay, so we want while to check dot count is greater than 0, and fluid positions dot count is less than or equal to, or no, less than 10,000. And then I have to do some sort of like to do some sort of infinite fluid black list support here. So I need to figure out a way of blacklisting fluids for an infinite like check. So that would be something. That would be something in here. But if fluid positions dot count is less than 1,000 or 10,001, right? As soon as it tries to add a 10,001 item and it comes back in here, it's going to bomb out, and then I can do a check to see if it's infinite. And so I need to add a variable in here. Private bool is infinite equals false. This is a value that I can sync easily with the client, so the client knows when you look at it, it'll say, oh, this is considered infinite. Okay, so this while loop, right? This could be an infinite loop if we're not careful. So we got to be very, very careful. And we'd have to do another list, block positions, to add equals new list block position. And we want to do a for each block position B pose in to check. Good luck, thanks. Yeah. Good luck. All right. So now what I did with the so now we've also the basic gameplay on your server on your mod. I mean the mod is playable and server friendly now, so but I understand if you want a more polished experience. So how I do the vein mining now is it basically like takes the block that you're checking and it grabs all the blocks around it and it looks at all the blocks around it and says, hey, are any of these valid? Right? And then it's like, okay, if any of those are valid, then we want to add those to the blocks to check or the blocks to add or whatever. And then we just iterate through one little cluster at a time and it just spiders out, right? It just spiders out from that. And that's kind of how we go through this. Sweet. Paul Romero. Ooh. I don't know who that is, but sweet. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need some multi-block stuff eventually. Like a big pump jack, like a multi-block pump jack. Multi-block oil refinery, distillation, like mixer, big industrial mixer, arc smelter, like this. There's a whole bunch of multi-block stuff because you can model in the model editor. You can model stuff that's bigger than a block, and that's how the multi-blocks are going to be built. Is there's going to be giant versions of blocks with sort of dummy blocks that provide the collision boxes and stuff like that. So that's how the multi-blocks are going to have. Buildcraft. Is it? Did you find a GitHub for that? Did you find a source code for the Buildcraft pump? Because that would be interesting to take a peek at. If it's easy to read. Some of the Minecraft mod stuff that I found, oh my god, the code is so hard to read. Okay, so for each block position and blocks to check, right? We're checking that. So the very first time we go through, it's just the very first block. So we want to do block position start equals b pose dot add copy -1 -1 -1 block position end equals b pose dot add copy 1 1 1. So that is like taking the block and it's offsetting one to one corner, one block, and it's offsetting the other corner, and that gives me the volume, right? So that's the start and the end of the volume. That's defining an offset, right? I'm taking one block and I'm expanding it by one block on every side. That's what this does. And then I grab world api.world.block accessor.walk blocks start end and then delegate block dblock int x int y int z. Do that. And then comma center order. False. I don't really care about center order at this point. I don't know what that would do. It's just a single block. All right. If dblock dot code dot block ID does not equal 0 and dblock dot block ID equals all the way up here below dot block ID. This is a block, right? Oh no, it's block below. God damn it. Block below dot block ID. Thank you. That's what I was going for. If it's not equal to 0, which means it's an error block. So that's a kind of a short, that's like a short circuit. If it's not equal to 0, if block ID is, so if it is 0, just bomb out immediately. Like don't even check it. Otherwise, compare the block IDs. The block IDs have to be the same. But the walk blocks is a way to iterate through blocks. So this thing, a method to iterate over blocks in an area, less overhead than calling, so it's less overhead. If there's liquids in the liquid layer, because I'm actually checking the liquids. If there is liquids in the liquid layer, the on-block method, which is what this delegate is, right? The delegate that I'm writing is that on-block method. So walk blocks if d block dot is liquid and well, does it really matter? I don't think it matters. It really doesn't matter because if it's not 0, which means it's error is hard coded to 0. And then we just compare the block IDs, which this already checks. So I'm thinking I'm fine with this. I'm thinking I'm fine with this. Yeah, I have a special is tree in here. I don't care about that. So we want to do if block ID is not equal to 0. And block ID equals block ID. So we want to do block position b check equals new block position x y z comma 0. 0 is just the dimension, and I'm not going to care about that. So that's the block position, and we already know that the block IDs are equal. We already know that. If blocks to mine not fluid positions dot contains fluid position b BF pose equals new fluid position B check, comma, below dot Manhattan distance to B check. Contains BF pose. Okay. Blocks to add. I just want to make sure I get, okay, blocks to check, blocks to mine. All right, I gotta think about this for a second. I can't. To check. Or no, it's to add. To add, right? So I'm adding it to the list. Okay, I'm just logically you start with a 0. I already added 0 to the list, but we have to start there. So starting there, we have our main block, and we grab all the blocks around it, and we start walking these blocks, and we check. As soon as we find one where the block IDs are the same, means this water and this water are the same. Then we look at the block position and if the block IDs are the same, we generate the position. If it's not already added to the list, we add it, not contains. So we add it to that. We add it to the main list. But we also have to add it to the list that we're iterating. So we have to do the to add, right? We have to do the to add. So we have the to check. We have the to add. Those are the main ones. Because we cannot, again, we're doing a for each to the to check. We cannot change to check while we're here, while we're in this for each. We cannot change this. If we tried to change the number of items in to check, add or removing it, it would be a hard crash. It would be a very hard crash. So we cannot do that. So we have to basically we have to have a list of items that we're adding. And then after we get all done with this, right, blocks to mine, that's basically the fluid positions. So that is the fluid position with the Manhattan distance encoded. And below is why we grab the actual main. This is, the actual block below. So that's basically a constant, right? Below is kind of a constant. That never changes. When the Manhattan distance is all, from that point on. And then we go, okay, fluid positions that contains, where we can add it. And we do the to add, because we need to go out another a bunch of layers. So this just grabs the start block, B position to check, which is why we add that. That's the starting point. And then after we get done with this for each, we do toCheck.clear if two blocks to add dot count is greater than 0 and fluid positions dot count is less than 10,001. Then we want to do toCheck dot add range to add. Okay. So toAdd.count is greater than 0. Fluid positions.count is less than 10,001. This again to do same thing up here, some sort of infinite fluid black list check. And then we want to clear toCheck add range, and we want to clear toAdd.clear. Right? And we're iterating through this. If we get all the way out of this, toCheck block below fluid position. Okay, so if fluid positions.count is greater than or is equal greater than or equal to, I don't know, equals 10,000 is infinite equals true. This is why this is on a separate thread. 10,000 is a lot. So this is why. And it might even not even matter, because it might even hitch ourselves. So then I have a thing here, blocks to mine. Okay. Is infinite equals true? Is checking fluid. So by the time we get all the way out here, fluid positions will either have something in it or not. Right? Basically how this works. And we'll test that in a bit, but this will iterate and iterate and iterate until one of these two is right. Either we run out of fluids, we've gone through and checked everything, we can't check anymore, or we've got more than we need. Less than 10,001. Unfortunately, I think this will iterate, because if we hit exactly 10,000, that's fine, but if we could be over, because it's going to check this, we might need another fluid positions.add to add dot. Okay, and then if we do if fluid positions dot count equals 10,000 return. It's going to stop the walk blocks. Returns it from this delegate, right? This delegate is the same as calling a function and passing in these values. That's essentially what that is. So we just return out of that. We add it to the position, sure, but we don't need to check anymore because this hits 10,000. And this will hit 10,000 before anything. And again, to do some sort of infinite fluid blacklist check. So there's 3 different places that I need to do that fluid blacklist because I want to add the oil. Because we have the block up here, right? We have what block it is, so we have access to the code and whatever else information we need. And so the blacklist will basically be a block blacklist, not a portion blacklist, but a block blacklist. All right, I need to take another quick bio break. I'll be right back. All right. Now, now that that is sort of finalized, or at least semi-finalized, we want to run in here. Now we're doing the sim tick. Now it is tank is not empty. Tank is empty. So now we have access to we're already doing this call here is checking fluid. So we return if that background thread is actually running, right? Remember, the sim tick is only registered on the server anyway, so it's not going to get called on the client. The sim tick is just not. The client will know whether or not it's sleeping or on because we can send that via the tree attributes. So the machine state, we can probably manage that. I'm just going to have to look at pull up like the log splitter again. Is crafting. machine state is being called. It is being synced. um, okay. I'm just trying to see if there's something that calls set state. Yep. So this here, this is the line that basically starts the animation or stops it on the client. Because from tree attributes is not only called when it loads off of disk, it's also called by the client because the server sends it the tree attributes to sync it. Right? So yeah. That's fine. Now, let's see. We go in here, and if the tank.itemStack does not equal null, it means we have some in it. Tank.itemStack. So if tank.itemStack.stackSize is less than or equal to 1000, tank has room for another block. I want to if fluid positions.count is equal to 0, we want to return. We don't want to do anything if there's nothing to do, right? If there's nothing to do, then we don't need to do it. The other thing I need to do after the end here, before we leave this process, else I want to make this into a thing. Is infinite equals true. And could we just clear the list? Fluid positions.clear. Else is infinite equals false. We want to make sure that we set that to false, even though it probably is false already. Is infinite equals true, fluid positions.clear, and then we want to do fluid positions.sort. Oh, and then there's always like, I want to say like x comma y, x dot distance dot compare to y dot distance. I think I think that's the right. It might be y. I want to. I'm not 100% sure how this actually works. I think it has to be y to x. I think. Because I want it descending, right? Not ascending. I want it descending. Or do I, maybe it doesn't matter. If I do it ascending, then I just grab the last item. Yeah, maybe ascending might work best. Because if I sort it and it's ascending or ascending, I know there's ways to say it. If it's ascending, remember, I'm going to grab the furthest away block. So if it's ascending, I'm going to grab the furthest away. And then if I remove that item, I think it helps the list if I just pop that last item off. And I don't even need a list. Like, I could do a stack, or a queue even. Let's see, a stack is first in, last out. So a stack would work in this situation because we're spidering out by distance. But we may spider in one direction for a while before we spider in another direction, right? So it should go like shell to shell to shell to shell. Like it should go out. And I just remembered the Manhattan distance if B check if below dot Manhattan distance to B check is greater than 32, continue. Jeez. Game, I swear to God, continue. Why does this not like this? If, derp, is greater than 32. Oh, God damn it. No, this should be right. What am I doing wrong here? Not leave the body of an anonymous method. Return. I'm in a delegate. This is why it's kind of like because if we were to pass in, if we were to make a function call here, we would have to figure out a way to pass in these variables, which it is what it is. To check, to add. Okay, yeah, I think because this 32 to do make pump range a config value check. I haven't done anything with the config system. That is going to be, I'm going to have to figure out a way to do that elegantly, at least. Okay, so coming back to what we were working on here. So if fluid positions.count is equal to 0, means we don't have any fluid positions, then we basically built it on top of like rock or some sort of fluid that is not pumpable. So don't even do anything else. Like, it doesn't matter. Tank is not empty. Stack size is less than 1,000. Tank has room for another block. Else, tank is empty. So we need to grab the last item on the list. We've sorted it already. Is there a quick and easy fluid positions dot last? Come on, really? Dot last. Is this the last element in a sorted list, or is this like? I don't know if I should trust that last. I don't know. I just want to see. I want to have something here that I can basically breakpoint on and check fluid positions of whatever size it is. If fluid positions dot count equals 0 and is infinite, and not is infinite. Because if it is infinite, right, then it doesn't matter. And I just want to take this away. If fluid positions.count equals 0 and not is infinite. Because if it is infinite, then we want to continue. But tank.item stack is not equal to null. Dot stack size, tank has room for another block. If, well, let's do fluid position last equals is infinite question mark. If it's true, then we want to do new fluid position of position dot down copy of 1 comma 0 or, right? So if it's infinite, if true, then just the fluid position is just what's below us. That's whatever is below us, that's the position. If it's not, if this is false, it's going to jump over here and it's going to grab the last position. So this is infinite is a very important variable. And this question mark is just an inline if statement, right? Last equals, and then just imagine there's an if. If is infinite, block, else, block. It's a really nice way of doing an inline if else. So the fluid position last is the actual block. Then we need okay, we need to do tank dot item stack dot stack size plus equals 1,000. That add fluid to tank. Then we need to do if is infinite, right? If not is infinite, api.world.blockAccessor.set block 0, comma, last dot position. Right? What this does is it sets it to 0, which is air, and it's setting the position. Only if it's not infinite. If it's infinite, it doesn't do anything. Remember, there's no interaction. So only if it's not infinite do you want to set that position or set that block. So basically, we're taking the 1,000 liters of that block, we're adding it to our tank because it's the same fluid type, remember. We're adding it to our tank. And then we're just being like, all right, set the block to 0. That's essentially all that it is. And it's hopefully going to take the last item. Hopefully. So we want to do the similar thing down here. If the tank is empty, which is essentially like the first iteration, we want to grab the last item again. The same code. I could have done that up here. Let's do that. And I don't need to do that. And I don't need to do that because we already got it. Fluid position.count equals 0 and not is infinite. If it is infinite, if this is true, no. Oh, yes, this is the right call. If count is 0 and if this is true and this is true, this sets it to false, which is wait. Fluid positions.count. If we have no positions, which is what happens if it's infinite. So these two are mutually exclusive. They should never really both be true unless there's no more fluid to pump. If this is true, if it's infinite, then this is also true. And the not is flipping it. So if it is infinite false and we have nothing in, then we need to return because there's nothing to pump. Okay. Sometimes the not, right, when you're doing a thing, sometimes for some reason the switch, my brain just sort of blue screens when it hits that. I'm like, I should trust my instincts, but sometimes I don't. All right, so this is a really simple thing. Sets the block, is infinite. So we want to set the block last dot position, and we want to do fluid positions dot remove last. We're going to remove the last. Yes. Remove the last one. But only if it's not infinite. If it's infinite, we're not changing the world at all. 0, it's just an infinite fluid. So good times there. Now, tank is empty. A lot of the same kind of stuff. Tank is empty. Now we need to basically generate an item stack. If oh no, item stack what's below equals basically some of this code in here. There's an item stack. What variables? I don't have any variables here, so item stack, containable props, item stack. So let's kind of do this block below equals api.world.block_accessor.get block position.down copy. Excellent. I love how it knows how to do that. If block below, no, that's wrong. Dot is liquid. Still need the sanity checks. Item stack lick block equals new items. Really? Item stack block below. Water tight props equals block liquid container base dot get container props lick block. If props is not equal null and props dot when filled is not equal null, all the sanity checks. Item stack portion equals props dot when filled dot stack dot resolve api.world lv pump true question mark dot when filled dot stack dot resolved item stack colon null. If portion does not equal null. There we go. Good times. Wait, why did you come on, stop erasing my brackets, please. Yeah, every time you do a null check, it's a sanity. It's every time. It's just like, we need to do sanity checks. So this actually gives us the portion. This is what the item stack is. If portion does not equal null, portion dot item or stack size equals 1,000, right? So when filled, it doesn't matter. Essentially, it is. Let's drag this back over to here. We're looking at the blocks like water when filled, water portion, right? As far as like the number that it's giving us, I don't know what it defaults to, right? When it resolves the item stack, it's probably a stack size of 1 because it's like it just gives you what it is, not how many of it is. We would need to, when filled, items per liter, water portion. So the items per liter would need to be divided It'd be 1 divided by this times 1,000. Or no. Yeah. I think. Let's see this. 1 divided by 0.001 is 1,000. Because that's the number of portions. This is there's 1,000 liters. Oh, that, yeah, I'm gonna have to verify some shit in here. Yeah, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is 1,000, but this is like 10 liters, not 1,000 liters. Stack size, item stack dot stack size. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, this is a problem. Yeah, I just realized this now. Unfortunately, yeah, there is a kind of a standard for all the base game liquids of items per liter, but that could change. He could realize this is ridiculously stupid and make this 1,000, right? Make it a milliliter, right? A base milliliter of a portion. And this would be 0.0001, which would throw off all the values. Because the 1,000 liters per meter cubed doesn't change. That is it's 1,000. It's a measure of volume. So 1,000 liters per cubic meter is it's not going to change. What can change is a fluid's division of that, how much a portion is to the whole thing. And it's the portion that we're concerned with. So this, unfortunately, needs to also be replicated over here. I hate doing this. I could create a function that like passes in I hate having this I don't know why the get containable prompts, like, can I just please pass in the block position? So how about we do something like, let's do something crazy. Public static watertight containable prompts get w prompts from position. We want to do I world accessor world block position. And then basically this. And then return props. Return null. Block below. No, block. L block. L block equals get block position. L block that is liquid. Good to go. Now the get block we want to do comma. What is the block X dot. No, not block access flags. Enum block layer. Block layer. God, what is it? What is it called? I don't do this kind of code often enough to memorize this. Enum layer. Oh, damn it. Git block. This is why dnspy exists. I want to look at worldgen wa-base.get block. Yeah, see the 4, the hard-coded 4. There is a enum that defines those. That should be... God, I can't remember what it's called. Used by, overridden by, or no, let's look at overridden by, no. Okay. Darn it. Oh my god. Will you? Okay. Git block. Not what I wanted. Git block. Analyze. Implemented by. Block accessor base. Used by. Git block. Used by. Break block. Git block position. Block layer. I swear to God, there's an enum. There it is. Fluid. Block. Oh, it's a class. Block layers access. Okay. Git block. We do block layers access dot liquid. Oh, no. Dot fluid. Git block. Git block type and going to return, never return null, right? If lblock dot block ID does not equal 0 and block is liquid. Block is liquid should be true if we're grabbing the fluid layer, right? This should always be true, or not always, but it should be true, but it's just a sanity check. And if block ID is not equal to 0, which is error. So if there's ever any problems, it returns an error block, which is not necessarily a defined block. It's just a built-in hard-coded block of 0. So it'll return null if the props don't exist at all. So with this, we should be able to basically just, we should be able to clear that and clear this and do watertight props equals get W props, and then we do last. API AP dot world last dot position. And then do that here. Okay, so that gives us access to the props of the position. Question is whether the liquid is the source will run out when pumping out from the source. Total, the we're doing entire blocks at a time. There's no way to if you set the block, right? The liquid block has layers to it, right? So block type, water. If we go to variant, you can see height. 7 is full. It's a full block. Water still 7, right? Is a full block of fluid. I think anything else will drain out and disappear. Any other value other than 7 will essentially just drain out. The as far as I've seen, it drains out because there's no like watertight container props. It's not specifying different amounts of fluid for each height. It is just flat out this, right? Items per liter, right? So here we have a value. If I can find it again, we have if props, oh, Jesus Christ, does not equal null. Right? So we have int portions per liter equals props dot items per liter items per liter is going to be the floating point value. So how do we get that to 1? This is where my math, like I don't do a lot of the hardcore math. Because we have to how do we get it to 1? If we do 1 divided by that, I think. Yeah. We do 1 divided by, and if I set this to float, so this gets us the base number, portions per liter, right? 1 divided by items per liter. So if we look in here, in the block, items per liter is 0.001, right? So we say 1 divided by this, which is 1,000. So it's 1,000 portions per liter, which is how we do it, because this items per liter is the block, not the portion. If we go to the portion of water, it's a different value. Items per liter is 100. Which That's wrong. Water portion. Items per liter is 100, not 1,000. So that value of the block is not portions. This should be not a variable that you should be able to change because it's 1,000 liters. It's 1,000 liters per block. It's not portions per liter. This is portions per block of items per liter. Lava doesn't have water props or water contained props by default. But yeah, this is the actual amount in the block. So this items per liter is kind of misnamed. He's using it in this term of how much fluid is, how many liters are in this block. This is basically what this is. And it's kind of a standard amount because it's 1,000. So there's, yeah, kind of a misnomer. It shouldn't even be in here. But portions per block is items per liter. What I could do is grab maybe the water contained props of the item. Get liquid props of the portion. And that would give me items per liter of the portion. Portions per block. Stack size is less than or equal to 1,000. So this is wrong. Portions per block. Now we need water tight portion props equals block liquid dot get container props dot resolve. When filled dot resolve, no, when filled. Oh, come on. What? Dot. When filled, stack That must be stack. Dot resolve. So this is grabbing the watertight containable prompts of the actual portions. Portion props. If portion props is not equal null, we need to do yet another sanity check. This is getting rough. Let's do this. Okay, so portion props. So now we have float portion per liter equals portion props dot items per liter. So this is how many portions there are per liter. This one is how many liters there are per block. Float portion per block equals portion per block liter per block float portion per block equals liter times portion per liter. So it's literally taking how many liters are in a block and taking how many portions are in a liter, and it's multiplying those together, because that is our stack size that we're pulling out. So portion per block, right, is how much we're at. Like, this is the final amount that we need to actually compare to. If the tank.itemStack.stack size is less than or equal to that, we need to alter the stack size. This capacity liters here. This is why I'm using my own slot, because the base game item slot liquid only the capacity liters doesn't even, there's nothing to it. Like, it doesn't even use the capacity liters. This is weird, but it just ignores it completely, even though you set it. It's like it doesn't have any impact at all on the slot itself. So portion per block, right? We're gonna have a 2 full block capacity total. So portion per block is, we have to have at least enough room for another portion per block, right? Less than or equal to. So it's like tank down item stack. Yeah, the stack size. This is going to be portion per block, which is going to be like, hey, this is not the right, int, whatever. Portion per block. We're adding that to there, and we're removing the block itself. There's a lot of sanity checks just to grab a block of fluid, but the thing here is we got to make sure we're not doing any sort of shenanigans. Let's look at item slot large liquid set capacity int capacity. This max slot stack size capacity liters does not equal capacity. Capacity liters max slot stack size capacity times yeah, see, I have a capacity liters times 100. This is why this variable bothers me in the portions, because when you're able to set this to other numbers, I mean, it completely foobars the balance of everything. I might have to swap this set capacity times 100. See, this is where the problem is. This hard-coded value. I can't hard-code this value, but I could do int capacity int item per liter equals 100. And then instead of doing this, it's item per liter. Right? And I default it to 100. I default it to 100. So so it doesn't break the reference to it, because I do reference it in the fluid tank. So it doesn't break that, but it allows me access to pass in an alternate value when the time comes. But I already set the pump capacity to 2,000. Capacity, that's liters, right? So it comes in here and it sets the 200 or the 2,000 times 100. Right? So it's 200,000 is the actual stack size that it holds, right? 200,000. So that is fine for now. It's only when portion per liter is wrong that we have a problem. And we can detect that when we place the block. I'll do that later. Override on block. I might have to check that here. Let's do check public void check fluid. Check for fluid. How about we do bool? If check for fluid. If we're not sitting over the top of a fluid, there's no reason to do this. Like, why do this when we're not even on top of a fluid? So check for fluid is going to be, we can even do checks to ensure this is on top of a valid fluid block. True if valid. Block position below equals position dot down copy 1. Block below equals API dot world dot block accessor dot get block below comma dot fluid to do check for blacklist block types, return block below does not equal null. Oh, it's not ever gonna return null. Block below dot ID does not equal 0. Block below dot ID is not equal 0 because if there's any problems with the layer or with the block or anything like that, it will return error. So we're looking for fluid blocks alone, and if there is a valid block, then it's good to go. So this will check for fluid, and just a very quick and dirty way of doing that. And it's only done in the initialize, right? And the reason for that is this is the only place. This is a place where the API is called. So doing it, we can't do it and say the initialize, or not the initialize, the from tree attributes. Because in from tree attributes, you're not guaranteed the API call is going to be set. It's only initialized that the call is set. So this is where it is, right? This is where the check is. When you place the block, right, initialize is called, and when it loads off of disk, initialize is called. So if there's fluid below us, remember, we're not going to save, we're not saving the list of blocks. If the pump is unloaded, if you leave the area and then you go back, it's going to have to do the whole thing again. Okay. And then we're going to probably need to have some sort of shenanigans in here to figure out things. We're going to have to figure out if it's trying to grab a block that isn't loaded, or force load the chunk in order to change the block. I don't know if they're chunk loaded delegates. I don't know. Anybody have any experience in this? I want just like. Hmm. Oh man, I don't know. Might have to be instantiated by. I want visibility. I want to just see. I think maybe the mechanical power might do it. Let's check mechanical. Mechanical network. Test fully loaded. Get chunk. So got keys. So it's checking every chunk of the mechanical network, and if this get chunk, see, I really thought, I would imagine there's a whole lot of data behind an iWorld chunk, and you'd think that there would be some sort of function that's like, is chunk loaded or is chunk active or something like that. That would be ideal. That would be the ideal system. But get chunk position dot y chunk position, yeah. So like, so it returns null if it's not loaded. This is basically like all that this is. And is test fully loaded? I know. Yeah, if a mechanical network isn't fully loaded, it won't operate. It has to be completely fully loaded to do it, which is it's a limitation. It's certainly a limitation. What we can do is let's see. Cross designing will know last if api.world.block accessor.get chunk at position.chunk. Oh god. Position.x times no, divided by global constants dot chunk size, comma. Oh, come on. Really? if last dot position dot x. Here we go. Oh. No, stop. Yeah. So this takes the XYZ, divides it by the chunk size, which, because the X is, believe it or not, is going to be like, if you're near the center of a map and the map is 100,000 across, it's going to be in there 50,000. Like it tries to place you near the center of the map, in the right kind of biome. So it adjusts it, but wherever the spawn position is, that's set. But the XYZ coordinates don't really change that much. 0, 0, 0 is way up in the corner of the map. You may never ever see it because it might be it might be many miles away from where you spawn in. Because the XYZ positions you see in the GUI, those are not the actual positions. So that GUI is offset by a certain amount. So block accessor.getChunk last.position.x. Okay. This should be good to go there. If we go back, get chunk sloth love chunk. Not world gen. Block accessor base. We analyze that. Used by, really? Overridden by. Used by. Overridden. No. Oh, I hate that there's 7 bazillion ways. I block accessor. Get chunk. Implemented by. World gen? No. I don't want world gen. Block accessor. Just by. I love how there's no like used by. Like I saw exactly a place that it was used in. So why is this telling me this is not working? Like this block accessor base, analyze, used by everybody, right? It's hard for me to believe that this is not used by anybody. Oh, the used by is in the interface, not the actual implementation. Got it. Position.as block accessor.get block. Oh, that was block accessor. Where's get chunk? Can I just minimize all of this, please? So I'm not confused. Analyze. Used by. There's everybody. Yeah, this divided by 32, this is the chunk size. So it's hard coded for that, but hopefully not. Get entities around. Num. Yep. 32. Horizontal range, vertical range. Yeah, it just looks around. I use the get entities around for my magnet. It limits the look to every entity in game to just the ones that are like in the chunks around you. Try place pond at. Interesting. I server chunk. This type of says I get chunk. Current chunk. Chunk Z. Chunk equals null. Chunk equals world manager dot get chunk. World manager get chunk. Chunk dot unpack. Interesting. So this get chunk, right? Will grab the chunk regardless. Returns null if it's not. Oh, no. World manager get chunk. Used by. Word manager get chunk. This is the block entity pit kiln. Return false. Is area loaded? Wow, that's a whole lot of shit being done just to determine whether the chunk is loaded. Jesus, look at this thing. Like, this is crazy. It's a pit kiln. Like, what? Why is there so much shenanigans in here? Just determined to, like, is this chunk loaded? So yeah, this one, I don't know why that original function wouldn't have errored out. Right? This one here, this could be null. Chunk.unpack. What if chunk is null? This is not guaranteed to return something good. This is a potential like crash bug right here. It's trying to unpack a chunk that could be null. Interesting. At least at a cursory glance of it, that's the case. So yeah, if it is null, get chunk at X, Y, Z, chunk size, whatever. That's the same thing I'm doing here. X, the chunk X is our position divided by chunk size. If it's null, return. And in order to make this a little bit better, do this. That way it's easier to read. It's fine on a single line, but I try to even with my font size, yeah, and I could easily like go crazy with my font, but then y'all couldn't see it. So I try to sort of allow you guys to at least follow along. Okay, let me look at chat now that my train of thought is not going to be interrupted. Build a character class with a tile entity pump felt like read it. Yeah, it would be. I would have to go through and study it and like mark notes down to figure out how it works. The question is whether the liquid in the source will run out when pumping out. The source, when you're pumping, okay, this is why fractional fluid blocks don't exist. Flowing blocks can, but those aren't source blocks. We're specifically looking at source blocks. So there's another attribute here that I need to be looking at. I'm not bothering with it right now, but basically when I'm verifying fluid, not checking for fluid, that is a little less important. But when I'm actually looking at actual blocks and verifying the blocks, I need to actually check what state the fluid is in, right? The block. So if we look at the block water, right? We need it to be 7. We absolutely have to have 7. So water still 7. It needs to include that number 7 in order for it to be a source block. Now, I don't know. You probably can do source blocks that are not still. So 7 is the important thing. Still is not. If it's not still, it's flowing northeast, southwest, and then northeast. So a source block can flow, and it's still a height of 7. But as soon as it goes down to 6, it will empty out. The game will just empty it out. It won't. It won't treat that as a full block. It will empty that out. And I don't know. I don't know what in here monitors that, but basically, like water still blah. Water D is waterfall, which is basically your sound effects and your particle effects. And then star, water block flowing, is everybody else. So I don't know. I haven't looked at each one of these. But this is block class. This is not, there is no block entity with this. This is just pure block. Particle properties, yeah, I'm not concerned with that. All right, now let's just verify this. We have portion props, right? Basically the same kind of function. But if the item stack is null, right, this is bad. Tank.itemstack.stack size. This call is not going to function because we're null, so we have an empty stack. So this entire block we already know we can bring in a block. It's guaranteed. Water portion props stack result. Okay, so we want item stack block portion equals portion props dot when filled dot stack dot resolved item stack block portion dot stack size equals portion per block. So this here sets the capacity to what we're pumping to a total capacity of 2,000 liters, but then sets what the number of portions per liter are to that will multiply that value in this function, right? So that's the way to do that, and the place to do that, because it'll happen like when you place the block or when it loads it, it'll just make sure that capacity is right. And then inventory of 0 dot item stack equals block portion. This can go away. If is infinite, or if not is infinite, then we want to set that last value, right? And then remove that value from the list. Anytime we involve the list, we need to check is infinite, because if infinite is true, then the list is empty. Okay, so that should be basically what we need to do. Then there's a couple more little functions we need. Override toTree attributes. Override from tree attributes. Base does some things. Tree dot set bytes inventory dot to. God damn it, cat! Go away. Or at least learn what wires are. Dot to. Oh, wait, how did I do this everywhere else? Oh, okay. Go away. Pump. iTree attribute tree. I don't think I knew it. Oh, no, I do. New tree attribute. Okay. Oh my God. New tree attribute. Thank you. Inventory.toTree attributes inventory tree. Why is that? Oh, we don't set that equal to anything. It is just what it is. And then we do tree of inventory equals inventory tree. Right? Yeah. That creates the tag and sets the tag equal to that. Good. Then we want to do tree.setBool, and then we want to do is infinite, and then we do is infinite. Now remember, you want to save all the relevant attributes that you want to save, right? The important ones. But you also want to save anything that you want to sync to the client where the client needs to know what's going on in order to display it on the screen. Because if they look at the block and you're not actually syncing the data to the client will never see the change. So any change, essentially, anytime you mark dirty true, right? Anytime the chunk or the block is marked dirty true, that syncs it back with the client. And that's when the from tree attributes, to and from tree attributes are called. To tree attributes called on the server, that sends the packet, basically the tree attribute packet, to the client, who then unpacks it in the from tree attribute. So you need to make sure that you are syncing all of that data. We don't have, we're not doing anything with recipes or whatever, but is crafting, I don't even know, where am I using this? I don't even know where I'm using this. Get block info. I'm using it as a, yeah, I don't really know. Okay. So, from tree attributes, infinite, remember we're not syncing, we're not saving or syncing the positions. So this the client doesn't need, maybe they need to know how many there are. Do we want to send what fluid type we're seeing? We could do that. Fluid type is set. We could say, where's my fluid checker? Check for fluid. Get block. Block below. Portion. Fluid type equals portion dot clone. I clone it because any change will be reflected. Unless you copy or clone something, especially like a block position, this is why we do copy. You always want to do copy. Because if you do position dot down, it will literally move the position down. You don't want to do that. So clone will just create a copy of that, set the fluid type to that. And so we could sync the fluid type tree.set item stack fluid type to fluid type. Now, in your from tree attributes, you just kind of do the opposite, right? You just back it up. And so we do inventory equals tree dot or tree of inventory. What is the unpacker called? Inventory dot from. Okay, that's what it is. Inventory dot from tree attributes, and there we go. Is it tree dot get? Get tree attributes. Okay. There we go. So we save the tree attribute, and then remember the inventory could be nothing, but it's all built in, so we have to sync it anyway. So this will get us the inventory. Then we want to set is infinite equal to tree.getBool is infinite. It defaults to false, which is fine. Fluid type equals tree.get item stack fluid type. And then we do, let's do tree.setInt pump count. And this is going to be fluid positions.count. Okay. Now, we need to, on the client side, have a variable for that, because we're not going to change fluid positions, of course. Private int pump count equals 0. Only on the client are we going to have this value being used, because we need it for the UI up on top of the screen. So pump count equals tree.getInt pump count. And this will show us that number of how many blocks we're actually pumping. Pump count, and then in the get block info, remember, this is the HUD literally called only on the client. So yeah, we look at maybe get block info. We have append line, stuff like that going in here. This is where a bunch of the localization comes in, but I'm not going to worry about that right at this moment. So base get block info. We'll have to see what base gets, what values the base gets. I might not want to add all the things for that. So let's do dsc.append line. Now, let's check. Oh, I hear litter box scraping noises. Somebody pooped. Now, does the word pump appear in here? Nope. Okay. So GUI, I know there's a break. Blue Lightning completely ignored my naming convention. So pumping. We go in here and we say lang dot Jesus Christ dot get Vintage Engineering GUI word pumping. and that'll pop that word in there. And if you're using a different localization and you have a localization and the file is localized, it'll put a different word in there. Pumping, fluid type dot get name. It's the pumping and then the name, like water or something like that. Pumping dot get or fluid type dot get. So it's pumping dot get name. Depends on specified terminated at the end of the current string builder objects. Okay. So this is pumping. It'll be like pumping water. And then the next line will be pump count. Pump count. Remaining, pumping and remaining. Pump count. Lang.get. Vent engineering. GUI word remaining. Okay. So it'll be like, it'll say pumping like water or even like water portion, 256 remaining. I probably should put blocks in there. I do already have blocks in here. GUI blocks. So it'll be like 25 blocks remaining. I know I could probably not use this because there's no other. I have spaces in here, but yeah, if there was other code or other text in here, that would make more sense, but it is what it is. Okay, now we have, what is there any other variables that we may need? We have pump count, used only on client. Is infinite, is checking fluid. We have to check fluid type, pump count. Is checking fluid 0 colon. So this little inline if statement here is saying if we're checking the fluid, if this is true, right, then it's just send 0 because we're in the process of checking it. If it's false, we're not checking fluid, then send the count, right? Because if this is true, that means this fluid positions might not be initialized yet. So we're probably going to run into at some point in here. If fluid positions equals null, or fluid positions that count. Well, let's just, I want to set this. If is checking fluid or fluid positions equals null. If either of those two are true. Because believe it or not, the thing if you have it in the world and the world is loading, it actually will start ticking before you even see anything, like long before you see it. So we want to ensure that this is not, we're not trying to connect to anything or not trying to read anything that's null. Okay. Now, let's go to the core mod itself. VE, BE, LV, pump. Type of VE, LV, pump. And that plugs in all of the code that we just did. Okay. So, the odds of this crashing hardcore is probably pretty high. However, let's do, instead of doing it there, let's do it, because I know I have one of these built in the world. Okay, so that is a problem. I'm going to take this. This is bad. I want to load this up first. Yeah, you do not want to change the block entity when something exists in the world. That's very, very bad. Because the block entity will exist, but it will be not the right block entity, right? The memory footprint will not be the same. The log splitter is not going to equal the pump, and so it's going to see the block entity exists, and it's going to be like, oh, let's load it, and it would be bad. It would be very, very bad. So you don't want that to happen. Did it just drop like? What the hell was that? Did it just drop? Oh, come on. Will you go away? Okay. I was like, I could have sworn it dropped like firewood. That was weird. But there was probably firewood in it because it's the wrong block entity. So now that we don't have any of them running, also what I want to do is double check. Get auto pull from slot. If block facing equals block facing dot up. Block facing dot up. I only want the pipe to connect if it's on top. Now remember, there's not, right now, we're not actively pushing into a tank. That's, that's easy to do. Pretty easy to do anyway. Okay, so now that we have no block entity in the game, now we can reset this to here and rerun this. So now when we place it, we should be able to set breakpoints and stuff and see if it works in our code. Okay. So this little pool right here, as you can see, has water in it. There's 3 blocks here, so that's a good little tiny itty bitty test. So if we do a check, get fluids, we do an F9 here. And I place it, it should immediately do that. Oh, what happened here? Get block info. Damn it. There's always a null. I have so many goddamn null checks in my code, and I still run into null reference exceptions. It's unbelievable how often this happens. Like, there's always times where I'm like, dang it, like, I just missed fluid type does not equal null question mark colon empty. Do that. No, this is not right. Colon string. Why is this? This should not be a string type. Not equal. God, will you not stop? Oh my God. Oh, not. Oh, question mark. Colon expected. Colon. Colon string. Yeah, this is crazy that this doesn't work. Let's do this. Close, 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 close. Bracket. If fluid type does not equal null. Else. literally use two pen lines in this block, and it still doesn't recommend me a pen line. I don't know. I have not crafting. I just don't have not pumping. Darn it. I hate having to have a localization file. I mean, let me tell you what. Pump count. If fluid type does not equal null, do that and that. Else not that that is elegant at all, but thing.get pumping not. Oh my god. What is that? Oh. I was like, what did I just do? There we go. Not pumping. Thank you. Pumping blah or not pumping anything. Nothing remaining. There we go. Let's see. Of all the things to no ref on me was the damn one of the reasons why my test world here is so damn corrupted because of all of this stuff. Okay, so back to it here. Fluid positions will be it's not null, so we're gonna new the list, which is good. We're gonna grab the walk below. We're gonna grab what it is, which will be water still 7. Excellent. Block below that is liquid should be good to go. The item stack should be water still 7. Containable prompts should not be null. Good to go there. When filled, has the prompts here. Stack game water portion. Good to go there. There's it. Grabs it. Water portion. You can see 1x item. So that's just one. It's just one water portion. And then we say, hey, fluid type equals that, which sets finally the fluid type. We're in the get fluid. So portion is not equal null. So we're good to go there. And then we have a null ref again. God damn it. Is checking fluid should be true. We're in the middle of checking this. Why is this suddenly false? API.side. We're on the server. Fluid positions is even null. Like, where? Tyrone thread pulled at Q task. Hmm. Oh, man. My God, that range. How about I do this? Come on, where is it? There it is. But then I set it false down here. But I also want to make sure that we don't bomb out on this again. Is checking fluid. Rather than check this variable and then pass that variable, let's do fluid positions is not equals null. Pump count equals fluid positions. If it's null, pass 0. Otherwise, do this. Let's try that again. We chip off little errors at a time as we go. This is how literally the entire mod has been made. Implement something, test it, iterate it on, make sure it's good, and then pass it to y'all to test it even more. Whatever weird edge cases that I haven't run into. There have been a few that somebody's found, but okay, so we're on the server, which is good. Add. Okay. Rather than walking through this crazy thing, I'm going to try to run it to here. We found the 3 blocks. Remember, there's 3 fluid blocks. So we found the 3 blocks. So if we look at fluid positions... Oh, come on now. Fluid. I started with an underscore. You'd think that it would be like, oh, I want that. But no. So if we look, the distance here is 0, 1, 2. So that's already in the order that we want it in. But when this sorts, let's see if I got it right. 0, 1, and 2. Good. So the sort is the right one. And then we set is checking fluid to false. And we don't need that. That's stupid. Not pumping. I don't have any sort of power check in there, but... Oh, shit. Fluid type. Why is fluid type null now? Fluid type is not null. Object set. Really wish it'd tell me what the actual object reference is. Like, what is the object? What is the actual object? Get name. Like, I'm setting the fluid type. It even has an ID of 280. How is the code not there? Jesus. I don't get that. I don't get that at all. Set item stack. So where do we actually... We set that in here. Fluid type, portion. Dot clone. Is it because it's a thread and it's... Yeah, the whole thread stuff, I really want to use it, but I've had to need... I needed it so rarely that I haven't really... I'm not really good at that. Something that's mission critical, not exactly my my forte. Fluid type 10. There's the code. Why is the code missing? Like, I don't understand this. Well, where how is the code being lost? We are on the client. Okay, so something with the tree attributes is not quite there it is. Be sure to call stack.resolve. Okay. That's what it is. I don't know if we have to do it on the inventory. Let's go see. Inventory. After blocks loaded. So if API does not equal null after blocks loaded. Okay, let's see what happens if API does not equal null inventory dot after blocks loaded. Yeah, just in case. That is why with the get item stack and set item stack only like gave you the ID. It didn't give you like the full everything, the resolved. That only comes in, it looks like, after you actually call the resolved. So that maybe possibly fixes that little problem. Let's see where we have our breakpoint set. Okay. So get fluids. We are going to, we're not even messing with power right now. So yeah, I'm not even concerning myself with power at the moment. And I want to limit the shenanigans with this and not have 5 blocks being placed because debug reasons. Okay, so let's do F5. It gets us back to here. We see the 3 blocks, so we are good to go. And is checking fluid equals false. And then F5ing on that. We'll look at this and saying it's pumping water. 3 blocks remaining. And if we set it to power, power is going up. It's on the network, pumping water. Why isn't it pumping water? Okay, let's go to, now that we know that we're figuring out the blocks properly, let's actually go to the SymTick function. F9, return. The delay is like really high. Checking fluid is false. Fluid position is not equal to null. Client delay is greater than 60. We're on, so that's good. Count false. Last is distance of 2. That's the last item. That's good. Get chunk. We're loaded. Tank is null. Props is not null. Items per liter is, there it is. Oh my god, really? A floating point error of 0.00007. Unbelievable. Okay, whatever. Portion props is null. Why is that null? When filled, stack, resolved item stack is null. Okay, that is a problem. Water portion. Okay. That is why we're not doing it. So, fun times. Let's see how the base game, if anywhere, handles this. When filled. Analyze. Signed by. Read by. Try fill from block. Whatever. Try fill from block. Attainable. Props does not equal null. Props that when filled equals null. Props that containable. Okay. Here's what I was, yeah. So, we have to do a resolve on it. So, when filled, if the item stack, resolved item stack, God, I hate really long calls like this, equals null, question mark. Props.whenFilled.stack.resolved item stack. Stack, yeah, dot resolve. Thank you. API.world. Source for error logging would be VELV pump. True. Oh, Jesus. True. Colon. Props.whenFilled.stack.resolved item stack. If this is null, do this. Otherwise, send this. Like, what? Why? The resolved item after conversion cannot convert from target typed conditional expression. Oh, I bet you resolve. Yeah, this is a Boolean. Yep. Okay. So, instead of doing that shenanigans, we do if props.whenFilled.stack.resolved item stack equals null. Props.whenFilled.stack.resolve API.world VELV pump. True. So, now, how do we prevent the shenanigans that happened last time? That's really weird that you would have a rounding error with something so simple. 999.99993. Like, that really bothers me. I would think that computers have gotten to the point where floating point numbers were easier. I could just convert it to an int, right? Liters per block. I could just say int. That would probably fix it, but okay. There we go. What's our liters? Yeah, it's crazy ass. Fucking. Oh my god. Okay, portion prompts. Portion prompts for items per liter, 100. This is going to be insane. Literally insane. Why would that floating point number 1 divided by that? Why would that be so off? So there's your block portion. There's your stack size. Set capacity there. So inventory of 0 dot item stack is that. Is infinite false. Set block, remove, done. And done. Oh my god, character. So why also that should not be connecting right there. Yeah, that should not be connecting. It says 2 blocks remaining. Why didn't it remove this? Is this a client thing? Nope. Two blocks remaining. Why didn't it remove that block? And it should have removed the next one. And it's not playing the animation. What the hell is going on here? I don't know which problem to tackle at the first. Like, what? It should be, for one, it should be running that animation. 100% should be running that animation. I don't know why it's not. Unless it's the client. Unless the problem is the client is not setting is infinite flow type. Yeah. I bet you anything that's what it is. But otherwise it is come down here. Let's do we're on the server. So we have two. That really bothers me. really bothers me. Wait, what? Portion prompts equals null. Oh, I need to do, yeah, okay. I need to do the same thing here as I did up here. Portion prompts, there it is. Stack size 99,000, or let's call it 100,000. Less than or equal to stack size less than or equal to. That's actually false if you consider the floating point number on it. Block accessor dot set block last dot position. Why didn't this set block? Character just like freaks out. Why didn't it set the block? That should not be connecting to that. Damn it. Why is that connecting to that? This one doesn't, so I thank God for small favors, but I should be figuring out how that does, but it's not removing the blocks. So why for art thou set block? I'm missing something really, really basic. Like really, really basic. I can tell you that much. iBlock accessor dot set block. Oh, I have to use the bath. I'll be right back. God damn. All right. Well, hopefully that's the last of the coffee. Sets blocking use block ID 0 to clear that position from any blocks. Marks the chunk dirty so that it's saved to disk and shut down next autosave. If called with a fluid block, the fluid automatically gets set in the fluid layer and the solid layer will be emptied. Why is this not updating? Like, this is like a really, really basic thing. World.blockAccessor.setBlock. Why is this not? Is it dimensionality? I bet you it is. I bet you it's because of the layer. 100% I bet you it's the layer. Block layer access dot fluid. I bet you anything this is what it is. I'm setting the block, but I'm setting it to air. But I need to set it to the fluid layer. Is there anything in the game that actually removes fluid? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything in the base game that would change that. But is the layer version, is this? Wow, look at all the doink and doink. Okay. Implemented by, used by, oh. Finite spreading liquid. Okay. 2. Set block. Liquid level. Try replace nearby liquid blocks. Block behavior. Okay. I think let's just do a quick check. Now the other thing I want to do, I'm hoping that the set block, I mean if I look up the set block, I don't know why there needs to be caching, movable, read lock free, relaxed bulk update, strict. Like I don't which one is it going to call? I have no idea. Anybody's guess. Layer set block internal. Okay, so this int layer set block internal. So let's highlight that. Layer equals no. Layer is not going to be 0. Layer does not equal 0 and layer does not equal 1. Layer must be fluid or solid. I don't know. What layer is what? This dot layer. I mean, it's just like dot solid dot liquid. This I think is not right. It's not block layer axis dot liquid. It's dot fluid. Yeah, liquid. That's a typo, or just was written before it was done. So yeah, I've already got that. So that's I think we're good there. Now, what's really bothering me is the pipe fluid item pipe. Let's look at pipe item pipe fluid can connect to inventory. Oh. Get block, get interface. Okay. That's a deeper bug. Yeah, that's a deeper bug. Liquid does not equal null. I need to, instead of returning true here, right? I need to look at pump and then get liquid pull from slot. So let's do item slot pull equals liquid dot get liquid pull from slot to face. Item slot push equals liquid dot get liquid push into slot to face. Oh God. Push into. The problem is I'm just checking for connectivity. I'm not checking for like anything more specific than that. But what I need to do I don't think I can set this. Or maybe I can. Yeah, okay. There's 11 effing references to this. If pull does not equal null, or push does not equal null, return true. And I want this to be checked first. Can connect to block facing to face. So if we look at the references here, yeah, it's never null. And then if we go in here, block facing could be null. If block facing does not equal null, and if it's null, it just returns null, right? We're not actually checking the block face. So that's kind of a block facing is possible. Block facing can block facing and from slot can be null. Block facing can be null. Right, so I'm just pull, grab the pull slot, push, grab the push slot. If either one of those is not null, then return true, can connect to, right? If either one of those is not null. Now, if they're both null, don't do anything and go to the next one. Grab the base game entity container and check those for just item slot liquid only. This is like a barrel or something like that. And then here, this is going to be mostly, this is going to be mostly ignored or debugging. Yeah, we're going to basically stop using this. But the issue was like the pipe itself. I didn't want it to connect anywhere other than the top. So Let's make sure that we're only connecting to the top, which is why I have this block facing. If it's on the up, then connect to it, right? Then return it. Otherwise, don't. And there's no push into slot, so we don't push into anything. But it still has to connect, right? It still has to connect. It's just you can't push, which I do believe we have. Yeah, we have some. Yeah, see, we grab the push into, and if it's null, we skip it. So we're not going to connect to it anyway. So that's good. Now, what are the odds that we're going to be good to go here? The other thing we need to do is get block info was down here. If inventory of 0 dot item stack does not equal null, now because we do sync the inventory, I'm pretty sure I have leaders in here somewhere. Nope, maybe not. How about we just do out of then I want to just check and test if I convert this to an integer. And see what that does. Because it should be 1,000. The whole like 999.999, like it's just that really bothers me. Why we have a rounding error even into the 10,000th digit? Like, can you imagine like if accounting software and stuff like had that rounding error? Like, that's so stupid. Just a simple division, it throws off the numbers. Like, really? So we will put a breakpoint there and a breakpoint there. As far as like the animation goes, it should be animating that. What I think is happening is on the client side, it's not updating it's not updating the state of the machine. Oh my god, really? What now? Item stack dot equals API dot world dot item stack lava portion. What are we in? I don't even know what function are we in. Fluid tank. item from slot. What? What just happened? From slot was null. Why is from slot null? What? This makes no sense. Oh, from slot is null. Why is from slot null? Call stack is get liquid push into slot. Fluid pipe can connect to. Okay. Oh, I'm not pat. Why don't I? What? Why didn't I pat? That was stupid. Get auto push into slot to face. Oh, I don't have a from slot in here? Okay, so get liquid. Okay, so fluid tank, get liquid. Okay, now we need to do if from slot equals null. This is, if it's null, it's just a simple can it connect to check. If from slot does not equal null and from slot dot item stack dot equals. Okay. For int slot in if inventory dot empty it literally it will return null. How do I? It gets through all of that. If input slot dot length equals 1, return inventory. Wow, if I could type. Of 0 as item slot liquid only. It's literally, it's like just the tank. Like the length is equal to 1, which it always should be because it's a tank. It only has one slot. Then return it. Okay, let's see let's see what else I broke. Guaranteed I probably broke something else. just never know. You just never know what happens. Okay, let's try this again. And pop. All right, let's see if this is actually 1,000 now. Oh my god! It doesn't round it up. 999.9999 doesn't round up? What? What? How is that possible? How is it possible that 1 divided by 0.001 is that? It should be 1,000. How is there? Okay, is somebody math dude out there? Give me a way to turn that number into like the liter. Like, what is that? Right? I want to know how to turn that into how many liters in a block. Ready? So that's 1,000, right? 1 divided by that should be 1,000. Literally every time I type it into a calculator, it's 1,000. So why is it giving me that? Why is it giving me that? That's so stupid. That's a simple division. That should be super easy. Anyway, moving on. I just can't. Why? There it is. That did it. It didn't update this. And let's see. Hey, look at that. How about up on top? Oh, shit. What am I in? Fluid container BE. From slot does not equal null. And oh, damn. Okay. And that we should be able to do that, yes. Now the big question is, can we actually move? I believe why is this not working? Okay. Well, one weird problem at a time. I think I must have foobarred something. Really need to put these away. Okay, right here. It scoops those in for sure. That works. It's just... Oh, damn it. That may not be wise to do that. Remember, a lot of Minecraft pumps would, instead of swapping it to air, it would swap it to like dirt. And that is to avoid block updates. That's why that does that. And I can do that. I want to get it working first. Also, let's see. Let's check this items per liter. Look at all the... Let's just take all those out. I don't need any of those. Items per liter, and let's see, analyze read by all the things in the stuff. Content mesh, stack size divided by prompts, math.min, math.max. Oh, God, I hate this. Times 10 divided by 16. Why? Like, float liquid slot items per liter. What is this? Like, I don't know what to do. This value should be 1,000. 0.001. 1 divided by 0.001 is 1,000. Why it's not 1,000 is a massive floating point rounding error. Massive. Unless I convert 1 into that. Let's see what happens if I do that. Maybe it's because 1 is an int and I'm not. So if I do 1.0, maybe that's an option. So let's do 1.0f and try that. Okay, the other thing is, I mean, and remember, there's no power or anything involved yet. That's going to come. We want to get it working first, then we can worry about power. But the other thing we want to do is check to see there's just so much code. The base block entity. Let's check block entity. And two tree attributes. It does go through behavior. So we need to then come in here, base, and we need to do set state electric dot machine state. We grab it from the base, but then we need to set it because this is what does the animation, right? That's where the animation starts and stops. So we need to make sure we're syncing all of that. Oh my god. It still didn't fix it. Unbelievable. Well, at least the animation's running and the fluid's flowing. Now, if it goes like a minute without doing anything, it should stop. All right, I want to get rid of the mixer. I'm not testing that anymore. Well, the mixer does need to be tested quite a bit, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I want a tank. Okay, let's take this out. I want to eliminate as many networks as I can. It makes testing stuff so much easier. Trust me. Okay, so the reason why this isn't pumping, I don't know. This should be pumping. So if we go in here and we go to solution and we go to fluid transport handler and we go right in here. Okay. That's why. It's not a block entity container. Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have closed. Damn it. I'm so used to hitting just stop and it's like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Fluid position. Oh. It's not the right object. Down here. Dot inventory. So let's do a quick implement. Don't tell me to put them on the bottom. Drop contents did, but where's the inventory one? There it is. And then drop contents. I don't even know. It's a pump. Called by block entity falling. What did I do for... No, not that. BE container. Don't do anything. That's like, I was just gonna say, like, I don't think I need to do anything in here. Definitely don't need to throw an exception. Okay, now it should see that it's a container. That was an oversight on my part. I couldn't derive it from block entity container. I could absolutely do that, and that would... Oh, shit. Oh, right. Right, remember, it starts ticking before you even load the world in, so... Okay, let's just... I gotta remove... This is why I was like, oh, I should not have stopped, because it didn't save any of that. No. All right. The reason I grab all the pipes is because all the pipes basically... all the pipes tick, right? And so it's like if I put a breakpoint on the ticker, you're not guaranteed to get the network you're actually trying to test because every network is ticking. Okay, now that we have that done, let's get rid of that again. Just so I have some things and stuff. Let's dump all of that. And put the pump back in. It automatically grabbed both of those. Automatic. Nice. And now put that in there. And that there. Why for out thou not working? It found it. Inventory is not null. Yeah, it's finding the pump, so it should skip all of that. Pull equals get pull slot. I block entity liquid container. It's not that. Pull equals null. So let's do that. False. Is base fluid? No. What? Why is this null? This should not be null. IV, this should not be null. This should not be null at all. Why is this null? The interface, it is part of the interface. Get interface. Node.block position is the actual node it's connected to. Get interface, world, block position. That get interface should grab that interface. This does not make sense. It's working for the tank. $96, $135, $420. Block position. Give me a different effing block position to look at. $96, $135, $420. How? I don't understand how this has worked up till now at all. If this is the bug I think it is, this shouldn't work at all. All right. How is this working at all? Okay. What am I doing here? That is why. I'm completely bypassing my own interface. Which is why this is working, right? This is working because it's not trying to access my interface. Interesting little bug here. So what it's looking like? Yeah. Very, very interesting. So I'm grabbing the block. I'm getting the pull slot, right? So I'm grabbing the block at the pipe's position, but that's not right. Dot add copy, and then node dot base code. Oh, right. God, I hate this. Block facing dot from code. Because we have the node dot block position, which is the position of the node. but we don't have like what are we connected to. That's what I thought that block position was. Oh. From code dot opposite. Well, no. Yeah. So back in here, we have this one again. So we need all of this here. I know that's a super long line. I really hate that you have to do these weird shenanigans. There needs to be like a really simple block facing thing to like interface with. But anyway, you could do like block facing dot all faces bracket code, but that's the same from code as whatever. But yeah, this base fluid BE is, if it's a generic fluid, or if it's a generic block entity, which the tank is. So that's why this has been working. But this was the wrong block, right? Get auto pull from slot from code node dot opposite. So I'm looking at, I have the node, let's say it's down. And what I was doing is I was taking that block, not the block that was down. So this is going to offset the position and grab that and see if the interface is there. And if it is, then call the function. Get auto pull from slot. And that should allow our pump to work. That's an interesting bug. That's funny that I ran into that. And it's only because I did not use the block liquid only thingy. Like, I think. Okay, so if we do there, and there, and there. There it is. And it's not going to update this. Remember, this is only going to update every 2 seconds because I have a delayer in there. So it's this is updating, but this one isn't. Now, if I upgrade this, boom. Oh, why, what? What happened? This is 2,000 liters, but it should hold 16,000 liters. Well, anyway, we actually got the animation running. That's good. And we have it removing the proper blocks. And this is why I'm using water to test, so I can just replace it. This should continually fill up, though. Like, So if we put maybe a lesser upgrade, maybe an iron. It's just about at 1,000. Boom. It just takes that one. It doesn't update it. I'm not anticipating people being able to just like place more liquid in there, because remember it's a pretty rough amount of stuff that it has to do. We can test that too somewhere else. I just want to make sure it doesn't crash when it dips below. See, it stops at 2,000. It should not be stopping at 2,000. While we are testing, let's see. There's a lag spike. If you saw the lag spike, there's this weird lag spike that happens, and I cannot figure out what causes it. But I mean, it's only when like chunks are being loaded and unloaded, so that's what I think it is, but I'm not 100% sure. I doubt there's 10,000 blocks in here, so let's see what shenanigans this gets up to when we place it, because this could go horribly bad. Oh Jesus. I did not mean to place this damn thing on the ground. God damn it. If fluid type does not equal null. Hot reload. Can we continue? I did a thing. I can't believe I right clicked on the ground. Okay. That was fast. 1,731 blocks. See how fast that was? That was insanely fast. Oh. Okay. Yeah, there's that lag. I don't know what's causing that lag spike, but it's really annoying. Really, really annoying. All right, I'm just out of dirt. I need to get some more dirt. Thank you. Oh, there was a lag spike again. Okay, let's see. Boom, 5,900. So it delayed, but I don't think there was a. Oh, Jesus. Change that back so I don't destroy my own machine. Let's go over here. Nope. Over here. Yeah, I don't know where that lag is coming from, but oh my god, it's annoying. Okay, let's slow it down. Thank you. I believe it's infinite. It says 0 blocks remaining, but we need to... let's check that. Pumping water. If is infinite, else I'm just going to source is considered infinite. Boom. Source is considered infinite. Excellent. Now we just need to fix all the other bugs. But I can do that. You get the gist of it. Block info. If is checking fluid. DSC dot append line. Checking fluid volume. Else. So when you place it, if it's a large body, it's gonna need to check that, and then boom, it'll update it when it gets done. And when it gets done, what we want to do on the fluid check is checking fluids false, mark dirty, true. So we want to force it to tick a mark dirty event after it's done with this. Right. So when this gets done, and it should finish this up, hopefully. So good times. Now it won't be, well, those two strings won't be localized right now, but I'll definitely have a string in there for feedback so it can be localized. Connect, yeah, checking fluid volume. Oh, you know what? I don't think I am. Yeah, I'm not. There it is. It's because I wasn't syncing that value. Now it's good. So you can see how long it takes to process 10,000 blocks, which is why I wanted to fire that on a thread. Because imagine placing it and having the whole game freeze for those couple of seconds and then having it go. So I anticipated that would be a problem right away, and that's why I have that spinning off on a different thread. Now let's see if I can find. Yeah, see, the lag spikes are just crazy. Anybody knows how to debug those, let me know. And it's only when I'm moving, right? It's only when I'm moving around. So it must be having to do with like chunks or something, but I don't know. There's something. There's something to do with that, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's my mod that does it or it's a base game thing. Anybody who's good at like debugging that kind of stuff, I'd love to know. But there's a bunch of little bugs to fix. Like, why is this not moving in like more than this? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, it just stops at 2,000. I don't know why. Because the 16,000 liters, it should be up to. So I'll have to go through all that. Oh God, more stuff to do. But that's going to do it for the stream today, everybody. I want to thank you all for coming by and everybody who has contributed, especially the Dallin and the new charger model that I am really going to be excited of diving into to get that up and running. But I've got some more work to do here on the pump to get this sort of polished and ready. But other than that, I thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself or learned anything today. And subscribe if you're new to the channel. And, consider being a patron. And this Saturday, I am going to have at least one stream where I'm not going to cover a factory game. Literally, this is going to be factory fall. We're going to have Satisfactory. We're going to have Factorio. Probably have a little shapes here and there. I don't know. So it's going to be non-stop factory games. So I think this Saturday I did get the EA End Zone 2 that I want to try, because I did cover the first game on the channel. So this is the new iteration of it. Still early access, but I want to give it a try. I like the first one, so I'm looking forward to this one. So yeah, we'll probably just cover a single player game. But then next week, Satisfactory 1.0 should be debuting, and we might do at least a start of that until we get sick of it, because we're definitely not going to have enough. I mean, it's going to be, if we wanted to go all the way through, it's going to be insane. Like, it's going to be insane to do that. Just the sheer amount of stuff that you have to do. Not really going to have any mods on it, because obviously the modding scene needs some time to update all their mods to 1.0, and including the backend library. So, I'm hoping it's cross compatible, because I have it on Steam now. I have Satisfactory on Steam, and I'm really hoping, because I think everybody else on the channel, all the other patrons, have it on Epic. So I'm really hoping that there's not going to be any conflict there. Otherwise, I'm going to have to install it on Epic rather than it's just nightmare. But yeah. So yeah, this week, this Saturday,
I think we were able to join.
Well, I haven't even installed it on Steam yet, so I have no idea. Like, I have no idea if it's, because I'm going to be the host. We don't have a server for it.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that if I install the Steam version, that Epic clients will be able to connect it. If not, we might have to test. Well, yeah, we'll have to test that sometime next week. But yeah, Endzone 2 this week, this Saturday, and then we'll jump into Satisfactory next Saturday. So yeah, hope everybody comes by around for that, and consider being a patron or channel member and joining us on the multiplayer game streams that we do. But other than that, I'll see everybody on Saturday.